Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. We are ready for part 2 of the Drive Championship, and I'm gonna have to be honest. Mercedes, probably not going to get toppled here, let's be honest. It is not happening. Hello, Lando. Hello, Norris. Hello, Lando. Hello, Norris. That tells you how much I'm going to be focused today. That I said hello to you as two different people instead of the one person that you are. Hello, Cosby. Hello, Quentin. How you all doing? Edsa, hello. Hello, Eggs. Let's see what we can do here. But yeah, the Driver Grid second half of the season is going to get started, and we are going to be taking a look at it today, which should actually be kind of chill. Now, in my case, I probably just ate something bad yesterday. My stomach has been the main issue. So I think I'll be back pretty soon, but I've just been taking it kind of chill today. And honestly, with the plan being that both of our cars are just going to be sitting out and more or less be relegated to commentators, I don't have a problem with finishing this season. We're probably also going to do it a lot quicker than we did yesterday. That is going to speed things up quite a bit. I already also have some ideas for what we'll be doing next time around, which we will, if people are interested, talk a little bit about at the end of the stream. Yeah, I am just going to go ahead and announce in Discord that we are going, and then we shall see if people want to see if Petrov can be stopped or not. But yeah, I'm just going to get this sorted quickly, give everyone a bit of an announcement since I was, once again, insanely late in putting out the stream. In my fevered state this morning, I thought I posted yesterday when the stream was starting, so I even had an alarm for this to be on the safe side. But yeah, stream is starting. Can anyone topple Petrov? And of course, Hot Dog, the other Mercedes driver. Hopefully I've even put, hopefully everything is correct now, but yeah. I think we are ready to get going. Hello, Tixitos. I'm doing good, except for stomach being a little bit rebellious. Hello, Caesar. Say we do it. Oh, I'm for season 2 for Switch teams. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. This week's exams, I missed the chance to submit my driver. That's a little bit unfortunate, but we're doing this probably some other time too. And I do believe that time we aren't going to be messing around with too much setup. And I'll probably just do this, sit out and commentate for the most part. Let's see if we can get Aston comeback. That would be good. Hello, Salty. How you doing? What did I miss? Renault getting more points today? I don't think Renault is getting more points today. And Harry, you've had one of the worst seasons next to Nieto here. Two drivers who have yet to score points, unfortunately. But yeah, in terms of the Astons, we have... In terms of the Renault users, we have both of them here with 5 points total. Raptor is another. We have Razek as another. Ty actually doing surprisingly well for being on our Renault engine. And of course, we have Cosby. So the Renault drivers here not really flourishing. In terms of who has won how many races, we can also take a quick look at that. You can see here, Parker Petrov has won 1 race while being on the podium for 3. DNF'd in the only race. Wait, how this... Yeah, that actually does match up because the race winner is also a podium. He DNF'd, and that was the only reason why he wasn't on the podium for all 4. Hot Dog has a race win and 2 podiums as the other Mercedes driver. Hippity has a race win, and we had BKK here get himself a race win. Well, we kind of stole from you guys, I'm not going to lie. But honestly, BKK just kind of deserves it, so I am happy with it. I'm going to turn down the hype. That sounds good, Hippity. Nice to see you. Floof will win today. I've heard this every time we've streamed, that Floof will somehow have some sort of, you know, return to grace project going. And so far, I haven't actually seen that happening once. So we'll see what happens. It's 2 months now until we get started with the next race. Honestly, what I should have done is gone through this downtime off stream. But as mentioned, my state hasn't been the best. But let's just get all the way to Mexico. We're not going to be designing anymore. We're not going to be researching anymore. We're not going to care about training because I do want to see how the experience changes. And I don't have to worry about 2 drivers and kind of want to do well in the races. I am fairly competitive, I will admit. So me not being directly a part of this is probably the best option, really. Hello, Tekka. Wonder if you're leaving. Nice to see you. But yeah. Everyone picked the Renault and cursed by the French. The funny thing is, I think a lot of people picked Renault for this simply because Floof was hyping it up. That's the worst part. I think Floof, with his Alpine propaganda, managed to make it seem like a really, really good deal. And to be fair, I kind of helped with that. I'm not going to lie. I kind of helped with making a good deal when I gave Mercedes 10 extra points and Renault 20. But it was also kind of an experiment. So I do appreciate everyone choosing to go on Renault. Your sacrifice will be remembered. And you'll be put on the Renault sinking ship Hall of Fame. Now, Floof is probably not going to be able to join us here today because I was late with announcements. So we'll have to see if him not being here actually has him scoring a better result. Because that is usually how it goes. If Floof is not available, generally, he will do a surprisingly amount. He'll do it a lot better. Let's just put it like that. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this is actually gonna translate into his performance. Let's just put it like that. Like how the regulation change still ups engines to 5 in the regs are 2. I think the way that the change works here that we've applied is just straight the fact that it adds more things to the pool, if you will. So you're still going to get the old regulation changes. They're not going to be adjusted based on your new choices, unfortunately. So we'll have to see what happens with that. But yeah, I look forward to seeing if the database editor at one point will be updated to change the tables for regulation rules. That would actually be kind of amazing. Yeah, we're just going to put suspension on this car. We have 23 days to Mexico. We're going to take a quick look how everyone has developed also. And then we are going to get started with the first race today. Also, if my voice is a little bit hoarse or getting hoarser as time goes on, don't worry. It's most likely just an effect of everything. So we already have DK here being offered a contract at Haas. Who is it that is getting yeeted there? Since I don't have work tomorrow, I can be up until the end. As it's probably going to go a lot quicker because, as I mentioned, I don't have to worry about myself at any point during this stream. So we're just going to be looking at races. At slowest, we're looking at 2x, which should give us about a 3 to 4 hour kind of time frame to finish up with this. But I think, again, this can be done in 2 to 3 hours if we kind of optimize a little bit. I do want to give everyone the chance to shine. And if someone does feel like I'm leaving a certain driver out, let me know. But yeah, I would like to see how we can do this. And honestly, again, I think me staying out of this is the best way, like a participant. We are going to test that today. I'm looking forward to it. 5 ranges for 8 races? Yeah. We'll have to see. So chance to get seat for season 2. Yes, we are I'm gonna be announcing when we start to sign up for season 2. But we are gonna do some drastic rule changes to spice it up even more, so that no one is kind of feeling safe with their current builds. And for season 2, just as again, we'll talk a little bit more closely about it next at the end of the stream. But I think season 2 of this is gonna be a minimum start for the teams, and then we'll see how how kind the AI is to your drivers. Everyone starts at minimum facilities, money, finances, and then we'll see what the AI does for you guys. And we shall see. But yeah. Now, the problem here is this is also something that we do need to figure out very, very early, and that is qualifying. Now, if I don't have a driver in qualifying, I can't actually look at Q2 and Q3. So yeah, I can do Q3 qualifying, but I'm going to get knocked out for Q2 and Q3. Should I take one place in qualifying in order for us to be able to view Q2 and Q3, or do I just look at one qualifying session and simulate the other two? What are we going to do there? Maybe if people aren't having a good time this season, could I replace them? We're finishing today, Smidge. This season is finishing today, and we'll do something else next weekend. Kick me out, I'll join the team I was blind. Mike should be a driver in season 2. I do agree. So we'll see. I think I'll just keep 2 seats for this, maybe to just add in some interesting people, perhaps. We shall see what we do. At the end of this, can we do a who gets yeeted reveal from the teams just for curiosity's sake? We can. I got box exam tomorrow, so I should revise. Seeing how Floof will pull points is more enjoyable. Damn. Up to me, take a qualification spot. Look at one, simulate the others. Getting the 3 Q round. We'll see how far we get. Do quality and break palm firmer. Yeah, that's going to be the plan, Justin. We are going to be starting at the back of the grid anyways. But the question here is just, should I take a place in Q2 and Q3? Just so we can see how everyone does. That's the... Honestly, I think that is fairly fair. Like, the problem with doing that is that whoever finishes, you know, gets knocked out, doesn't get a chance to improve. They'll still be moved up a place. But I do think this is the best way to kind of do this. We shall see. You announce the timing on 2 or 3 a.m. my time, and I never check back. When I do wake up, all the seats get taken. The thing is, actually for this, all the seats got taken in, I think it took 3 days. So, probably going to get announced Wednesday sometime. But, we will probably get, like, waiting lists and things going in the future. For now, again, this is a test. Yeah, for this one, it took 3 days to fill everything up. It was just the last notice there was more so for people who, so we could fill the last couple of slots. Take a spot in Q2 and we could decide then. Yeah, I think we do that. We are gonna go ahead and simulate qualifying. I think we are gonna allow BKK to do the honors there as our one qualifying driver. And honestly, we might get knocked out in qualifying, so we'll have to see how far we get. And we'll have to also consider that with how we do qualifying next time. We're going to stay out of most things. The qualifying can be very interesting to watch with this, especially when cars are very, very close. Let's start qualifying here. Mexico, first race of today. Let us see what we can do. I'd much rather get a spot in Q3 if possible. That's fair.
And here we've got a yellow flag.
I have exams still in 9th of March every day, doing maths right now, and I'm going to see Floof fumble somehow. Everyone does want a spot in Q3, that's fair. But we'll decide on it, and for next season we'll do a bit of a vote, I think. From mainly the people participating, I think. But we will decide in future. Okay, qualifying is well underway. It's a good start here for you. Dive Bombs has some damage. I don't know if he started with that damage or if he picked it up. Nieto is trying to improve his no points so far this season. Same here for THFC. Tekka does something Alpines aren't supposed to do. And Petro has not had a good start here, neither Cosby. We shall see how things evolve in future. Petro bowls it within the first 30 seconds. To be fair, if you're going to bowl something else, then bowl your first run. That would be the best idea. I did forget to check the cards before this, though. Oh, we have a red flag already. Tie continues where he left off. In pain. Hello, David. How you doing? An idea to continue? Not sure if possible, but maybe you can add drivers as they can replace by teams. Problem with that, Caesar, is that we're giving them an equal starting point, and the AI is developing the cars. I could do like reset the cars and everything between seasons. That is doable, but we'll have to see. Maybe we do add more seasons to this in future. I'm feeling a little bit better, but yeah, we'll see how long we go. But we will have to see what we end up doing here. So, red flag. Again, Ty is just continuing in the pain that we left him in last time. And Floof does end up dead last still. Well, he's not going to be dead last. Ty is going to be, but you get the idea. Tragedy is still tragedy, unfortunately. Thank you, David, for the kind words there. Build a better driver next time. Let's see. David's out. Hippity Hoppity wants some revenge there. We have Poconaldo out. We have both Petrov and Hot Dog trying to keep Mercedes on top. They have Floof out ahead of them, though. Are we going to be seeing some Floof shenanigans? Cosby needs an improvement and has a lot of cars to make it through to get that improvement. Bullies? Bullies Jasper out of track there. Did you hold him up, Jasper? And Hippity Hoppity has started qualifying here with a mechanical failure. You get to finish him out lap. That is very unlucky, yeah. Out of the way, everyone, on a flying lap. Hippity Hoppity did not get the first lap he hoped for. But we'll have to see if he might improve on the second run. What exactly are you struggling with at the moment? It is your gearbox, and this is the halfway point of the season. This is kind of what you would expect, but I believe there was a crash involved there too, so that definitely had an effect. How is Floof and the cars following they're doing? Are we going to get a tiny improvement, the tiniest improvement that ever could? Unfortunately for Floof, his defense build is not really working. Rasek not having a good time either here. And I do want to see what is the problem with Diabomb's car. It is also a gearbox related issue, and they've decided to not actually replace it. We're going to get BKK out again, but in terms of lap time here, we're just going to wait towards the end. Jasper is just barely safe. He might have knocked himself out here potentially by saying to by telling to honestly, the funny thing here is we are okay. Now listen to me here. I just realized something. Because we have 22 cars on track, having one of our drivers be part of qualifying doesn't actually change anything in Q2. It basically just reverts it back to the old rules. We're basically making sure that 16th get pushed down again like they should. We're basically going back to normal rules. It's going to be different for Q3. At least for Q2, we are sound here. I would advise everyone to stay as far away from Floof as possible to avoid bad luck. Yeah, that is true. Floof and Hot Dog having some trouble there. Nieto and Jasper are coming. Hippity Hoppity and Reverend is, well, hitting right now. We are going to have a mad dasher to the line. Basically, everyone is going to have to run a second run here. We're going to send BK out. Get him ahead of all the mayhem. We have Floof in ahead of Razak, Petrov, Hippity Hoppity is going to be the first one trying to improve. Reverend is going to also try and improve here. Let's see what we end up with. In terms of sectors, a yellow sector 1 is not good news. Inteka still in pits. That does happen sometimes, yeah. Floof out, Hippity Hoppity out. Razak is improving. Same with Cosby here. Jasper is out. BKK is in danger if Razak improves. Cosby is now the one in danger. And Cosby does get penalized here. Floop, Hippity Hoppity, Jasper, and Cosby out in Q1. Why am I not going out? Well, you did go out, Jasper, unfortunately, out of qualifying. Who's leading championship by how much? I think our Q1 first place is leading the championship quite drastically. And I don't think he's going to be, or she's going to be dealt with. Let's just put it like that. Hey, how are you able to do this with names? There's been an update to F1 Manager where you can now change basically everything with an in-game editor. Well, with some limitations. Inferno, that's basically how that works. There are ads enabled, yeah. I should roll like every 20 minutes or so. If you get more than that, let me know and I'll tune them down. Did one allow some people did free? We blame the AI here. You can load the save, but the created drivers will not be transferred, sadly. Are the created drivers saved locally? I'll need to check that then. Let's see here. Save games. So I guess driver save files is then saved somewhere else. That's kind of weird. Let's see here. I do need to do that. And then we are ready to go into the next set of qualifying it. But yeah, basically, I just want to explain this again. We have the rules for 22 cars in qualifying. But if we have one car go into Q2, we are, once again, just putting the 5 lowest rated or worst performing drivers here out of Q1. Because we'll have one car that won't do anything. It's going to be basically the same here for Q2. So having BK here, as long as he doesn't block anyone, that's just kind of a way to, you know, spy and quali. Does actually work out just fine. It is going to basically be the same as if he, well, wasn't really there. It's still going to be 5 drivers out every time. Maybe not for Q3, but for the rest, it's going to be okay. Let's see if Q2 is any other upsets, or it's going to be smooth sailing again. You can change rating, yes, Colin. The drivers, we had a basic rule set, Inferno, and then everyone could make their own drivers to make it interesting. You can find the rules in my Discord, Inferno. Go to driver applications and scroll to the top, or follow the what's it called, pin post, and then you'll find our current rule set. But yeah, I think this is the best way to do quali for this, because otherwise it's just going to be a simulation. This way we at least get to take a look at what everyone is doing. As Petrov does come out now. Let's see here. Out laps, we have a yellow flag. Is it for Loof? No, it's Poconaldo. Unfortunately.
And the rear just lets go. Not a mistake they'll want to make.
That's an unfortunate error right there. But yeah, that was also, I believe, on his fast lap. Hot Dog puts it provisionally first. We have David in third. Tekka is doing good for his first runs with Alpine. Poconaldo does need to improve here. 21 seconds off the pace. It's not where you want to be. Minecraft doing well. Reverend doing well. I know what you would expect. What can Vazek do here as he starts his fast lap? And we have the favorite here with a mechanical failure.
As we can tell, they've got a fault with
The engine's struggling to keep up in this season. We could have more engine trouble, really, down the line. I'm conspicuous by not coming out yet, true. But yeah, Vazek puts it on original pole for his time. Schumacher in 9th. Animalx in 10th. And Rasek is finally getting started. We do have Nieto out on track 2. We have Dive Bombs. We have Edster, who is actually going to be eliminated this time around. Dive Bombs puts it on 2nd with damage. I do want to again just reiterate for those who are new, the track evolution did get changed quite massively this last patch. So the later you got in qualifying right now, the bigger your advantage is going to be. As Poconaldo puts it in 2nd, Rasek puts it up top. And this should just be improvement after improvement for everyone. Reverend is still 5th. Tekka is just sitting in the pits. What can we actually do here? That's a bit early, David. I think you might be in trouble with how early you came out for that outlap. Petrov is 12th at the moment. Not in a great spot. And THFC here puts it in 9th. We do need a bit of an improvement from you, Adster, here, if you are going to get to Q3 for once. But right now, it remains to be seen. You are currently doing your in-lap. You will have one last chance here, hopefully on fresh tires, because if you do not, well, then things will be problematic. I did forget to get the extended UI, by the way. I was planning to do that, but I did forget. So we might actually restart the game and just get that sorted. Dive Bomb's mechanical fault has escalated to now a major one.
It certainly looks like they've developed a fault.
That is a major gearbox engine fault. That's going to be painful. That is going to be a bit problematic, if you ask me. David is in danger at the moment. Let's see if he improves on this run. And for BK here, we are going to wait just a little bit longer before we send him out. While I catch up with chat. Hello, Zach. It's going okay. I'm a little bit kind of ill, but I think I'll be okay. God willing, the AI swapped my pup for the race. I don't think you're getting that much luck. Okay, so we're actually on an outlap here. I watched the wrong car. Who's actually on a fast lap? Let's take a look. In lap there from David. That is not what you want to see. And I forgot to send out more our guy here. But let's see here. Who is actually on a fast lap? Petro is trying to desperately get himself back on top. Everyone else here are on outlaps. David is unfortunately out here. No way he gets around in time. Dive Bombs is on a fast lap. Hot Dog is currently in the lead. Schumacher in second. Rasik third. Salvas are being quite rapid at the moment. Petros puts it in 8th. That means he's still in danger. And it's just less than a tenth here. And he's going to be out. So that is going to be kind of interesting. Let's see if Nieto here does get any sort of improvement. As Edster probably makes it to Q3 for the first time. Bit of a shocker right there. Never been in Q3. Might finally make his way there. Okay. We just barely made it onto our fast lap as the final driver. Let's see if BK can do something so that we get a Q3 to watch. But we have cars here trying to make something happen, trying to survive. And in that case, we're going to watch Nieto first. See if he can get himself out of this situation. Petro, Reverend, well, Tekka and Petrov are in danger. Reverend is still trying to do a fast lap. Nieto puts it in 3rd. Petrov is now in real danger as we have a number of cars doing fast laps. And immediately, we have our grid here. Hot Dog puts it on pole. We have both Tekka, Petros, Raptor, David, and also Dive Bombs out. And I believe also myself. So we're not going to get a Q3 here. We'll have to see how these 10 cars perform. Harry did actually make it into Q3 here as our surprise applicant. AI seems to be abysmally intelligent at the moment. That is true. You're reading it right, Inferno, but we might actually change the points allocation next season, so don't worry too much about it right now. Yes, starting my fast lap with 15 seconds to spare. That's more than what you need, right? Cook, no Q3 for me. Honestly, it keeps things a little bit spicy, Petro, and you've had races where you have improved massively. So we're going to see how the rest of you actually stack up for this one. Harry makes it into Q3 here. A good chance for him to finally score his first points. Let's see how we can do it in Mexico. But yeah, let us see what the starting grid is going to look like. Poconaldo puts it on pole somehow. Harry ends up 5th. We have Nieto 2nd. Remember, our 2nd and 5th place qualifiers here are the 2 cars that have yet to score points. The 2 drivers yet to get any points on the board. Poconaldo will get an extra point here for pole position. Reverend 3rd. We have Maspec 4th. Tenemok 6th. Edster 7th. Hot Dog down in 8th. Schumacher 9th. And Rasik 10th. So all in all, Mercedes might be looking at... might be getting reeled in a little bit here. We'll have to see. But a lot of this is going to be decided on when the AI decides to switch your engines. And we might as well take a look at what that kind of looks like. Unfortunately, I want the data view for Quali. Looks like we're not getting that. But yeah, these are the current standings. Petrov has a 15-point gap to his teammate. Hipty Hopty is a little bit further down there. But anyone else other than these two are going to have a hard time causing any problems here with 4 races remaining. Let's see what we do here in terms of the race itself. Who do I think will win the 2025 Championship IRL? I think the best bet is just to go for Max again. But I would love to see Hamilton do well. I would love to see Ferrari up there with Hamilton and Leclerc. I would love to see McLaren continue to build on what they've done. Hopefully Piastri gets some race wins this season. And honestly, I would like to see Merck up there too, with Antonelli maybe having himself a podium or maybe a lucky race win. I have hopes for the new rookies, but honestly, I watch it for the racing mainly. That's the fun part. So We'll have to see how things go. Did we do double points for last race? I believe you were one of those who said no, Jasper, to that one. So we do not have double points last race. We have 1 point fast lap. We have 1 point for pole position. Whoever Floof doesn't say will win the championship. Yes. Hello, Georgos. How you doing? I'm finally going to shock the world, win the championship and lose all car. Everyone will win this, yes. But yeah. We don't really need to do anything here. The plan is to retire both cars immediately. So what we're going to do is tweak the setup slightly. And considering we're starting 15th, could that mean someone has made some different changes to their car? I think we might have another pit lane contender for this one. And I think that pit lane contender might be Dive Bombs. We'll have to see. Dive Bombs did get Cosby a major fall to his gearbox by the end of the qualifier, Q2. I could see Dive Bomb starting in the pit lane with us, but we are going to be retiring on the first lap. So let us go ahead here. We are going to manage this session and we're going to see how you all do.
Welcome back, everyone. The final preparations are now being made as we head into the race.
So I said he won't be on the podium. What? If he does it, is he just going to deny it? Just say no?
What will happen next? We're about to find out. At the Mexico
They are be stupid not to swap out components. They are stupid, Cosby. That's the thing. That's what makes this so much more entertaining for some. Oh. Okay, so Floof is starting last on the grid. We have Dive Bombs, as I suspected, starting in the pit lane here. I'm going to put both of my guys that you just avoid high-risk curbs, don't fight teammate, driving clean air. And this way we should be able to get out of the way for most people and not have much of an effect. We also have Hippity Hoppity, chosen for some new parts. Ty, who crashed, has chosen new parts. So honestly, for Hippity Hoppity, this is probably the best you could have done. And we will take a look at the end of the first lap here. How things are stacking up. Good start here from Pocanaldo. Amazing start from Reverend. Puts it up into second. Harry is holding on and actually pulling past his teammate. That is going to be an interesting Williams here. Hunting down a Haas member. As I believe one other Haas member did get bullied a little bit. All in all, pretty decent start here. We didn't have any big incidents in the first couple of laps. We have the championship contenders in 10th and 14th, and that is going to make this a little bit more interesting, I dare say. We're going to go ahead here and just give the order right away to retire both vehicles. And they should be fine now, just going directly into the pits. Although BKK is going to be holding up Hoppity and Ty a little bit longer. But yeah, good start here from Haas. Both Williams in second and third. And we have Nieto, Edster, Tenebox, Bastek, Schumacher, Tekka, and Hot Dog. Oh, never mind. The championship just got spicier. Second Mercedes has hit the had to hit the wall. Well, not really, but you get the idea.
Very heavy on the brakes. By that point, it was
Slipstream. Yeah. Championship standings. I want to see what's going on. We could do a quick summary here with how things are looking, particularly also with both Mercedes out of the points here. So both Mercedes here are leading the drivers, and they have a pretty significant lead in the constructors. So we are going to need the last 4 races here to have some bad luck for them if we want to see anyone else get into the fight here. Pocanaldo could put himself up into 4th and does in contention for a race win if things stay like this. But in general, I think that is going to be quite difficult to achieve, I'm not going to lie. Why do I retire myself? Because we have already done the first half of Inferno, and honestly, me keeping track of everyone, me keeping track of my own drivers, and kind of also to some degree, maybe even sabotaging some people unintentionally, wasn't really good for a driver championship. The focus here should be on the people who made these drivers and see how hard they get shafted by the AI, really, or how well they do. And if my drivers are in it, then we don't really get that experience. So we're kind of testing these last 4 races if me not being a part of it is actually better than, well, me being a part of it, so to speak. Floof we can find up in 14th. He's having a good time. And out of the hard runners here, we have Hot Dog and Dive Bombs We do have 4 medium runners, and the rest have elected to use soft tires for this one. Yeah, no, it's trying to turn down Reverend, and Harry has definitely woken up on the right side of bed today for this one. Bad first half of the season, amazing start to the second, as him and Poconaldo are creating a little bit of a gap there down to the third podium place, but it could quickly reel in again. Stop the race right now. What's going on? Did I make a mistake again? Remember after the first race when Ferrari was leading? Remember I said cancel the rest of the season if only you listened, yeah. True. In the lead, don't worry. Just teasing. I was worried there. As I said, I'm a little bit under the weather, so I am prone to making more mistakes than usual, and I make a lot of mistakes usually. So I will be taking any warning pretty seriously. It's just 4 races left, Inferno. It's a short 8-race season. And it's probably the format we are going to be keep on going with in the future. The race was also picked by random. And the weather was also kind of picked by random. But yeah, the Williams are doing good around here. 2 months after the last race when things weren't going very well, they found a lot of pace. How is the Minister of Defense doing? He's actually not holding anyone up because he's keeping up for once. This is an alternate reality where Kloof is not awake, and thus his driver is allowed to do okay. I forgot to remove your points. At this point, I will accept. I will say it's okay. Did Williams cook up a legal car or what? Honestly, you should be asking the Haas boys that question. Look at this, Poconaldo pulling away up front. We have Edster chilling a couple of places further down the road. Apparently, the Mercedes guys had an illegal car, and we neutered it by looks of things. But funnily enough, I haven't actually edited anything from last time we played, which was last night. So yeah, the AI. This is just how the AI develops. That's the thing. This is peak AI development in the sense that the AI doesn't know what it does. Doesn't know how to make a good car in this game. It just tries to follow the rules to the best of their ability. And in doing so, they do create situations where one falls up and one falls down, but it's purely by chance. And that is kind of what we're seeing here at the halfway point of the season. And these changes are going to get even more prominent the further we get into this. This could be a very, very spicy year. Or not really, yeah. Spicy last 4 races. In terms of the fight further back here, we have Harry unfortunately falling off a little bit, which is not great. But as a medium runner, I think it can be acceptable. You are running medium tires, you're not going to be super quick, and you are causing some problems for the car further behind. So all in all, not the worst you could be doing. Edson is probably not very happy with you right now. Tekka is also getting into this somehow, and Floof is still just chilling in the last DRS train. I have no idea what Ty has done. He probably locked up sometime when I was looking at the chat, but he is not very rapid. And honestly, we could take this opportunity too to take a look at how the AI handles their actual components. Does a house flexing? Could be. Williams have OP car development, illegal car banned. But yeah, we are going to take a look here and see what happens. Hello, Eric. How you doing? Gonna drop. No, it was fun while it lasted. We'll see. The other Williams is rapid, so you should be rapid too. But in terms of the Asper here, we have a old engine. The rest is acceptable. David has an old gearbox and soon to be old engine. Again, this is basically the halfway point of the season. It's the start of this race weekend. Well, we've already crossed the halfway point of the season. This is basically when you would put in a fresh engine if you had one. So Ty has done just that. Fresh engine, fresh gearbox. No ERS though. Cosby, not great. Bad engine. Bad ERS from Tenderbox. Bad ERS and engine from Dive Bombs. They only gave you the new gearbox, mate. They didn't decide to give you an engine or an ERS. Hot Dog is also kind of struggling a little bit. So a lot of the races tonight are going to be somewhat decided too by when the AI gives their drivers that fresh engine. And for Floof's sake, he's probably not going to get a new engine. Last time we did this 9-season thing, Zoof's team had a fresh engine, and they had him run a 20, I think it was a 30% engine for the final race of the season. So just to make it absolutely clear, the AI does not manage the components here very well. And in reality, everyone is going to have some sort of problem. Like Edster here is fine at the moment. He's not below 40%, he's not below 50, but he's not going to be super quick. And the same it can be said for Poco Naldo. At least the Haas boys should have an extra set of parts, so it could be quicker later on. Hippity Hoppity, new gearbox, but still an old engine. Nieto has a fresh engine, which might explain his speed a little bit. Schumacher, kind of old everything here with the exception of ERS. We need to change both of these fairly soon. Aztec has a similar setup, but has taken better care of it. Raptor has an okay setup here. Probably not for the best that it looks like this, so he might actually end up surviving on that till the end of the season. And it's basically identical as his team at Rasek. So in terms of car parts here, things could get very, very spicy. Lost 3% tires and can serve in one lap? Yeah. Hello, David. But yeah, I was just going over the components here quickly. Hello, Kieran, how you doing? I'm only going to be able to stay till 8:30, so what would that be? Another 45 minutes? Well, let's see if we can actually get some improvements done by then, Jasper. But for now, I think we've kind of settled into the starting rhythm here. 8 laps in, we have both Reverend. Oh, don't know why I want to call you a Revenant is just what I automatically assume this is, but Reverend is the one we're actually looking for. And Tenavox are leading the charge. The two Hasses are following suit. We have Harry here, holding on at the moment, and could potentially be a contender towards the end. Nieto has fallen down to 6th. We have Schumacher, Tekka, Tiny Raptor, and Razek finishing up the last point scoring positions. Cosby is still in this. Same here with David, who does have some problems with his car. We'll take a look at that in a second. But generally here, Petrov and Hot Dog are not doing too good. So we could be seeing a bit of an upset here in the standings. And we'll take a look at the cars after this. But I generally haven't actually changed anything, so you can see just how wildly fortunes can change from one race to the next. But yeah, in terms of the damage of David's car, it's a gearbox failure. Well, not failure yet, but a little bit of damage to it. Actually, Harry, carry on, pull me along. What am I doing in P6? Well, we figured out that when people aren't here, they do better, Tekka. So now that you've made your presence known again, you've started falling immediately. 7th, you lost the arrested cars ahead, and what is that? You just said no to both the Astons at the same time. Rasek and Tina Raptor just got absolutely denied, and Nieto is not having a good time here. Now, for those of you who don't know, Nieto is our, well, weather expert, I guess you could say. He put 95 points into adaptability and should honestly be given an accolade just for the balls to do that. It is quite insane, if you ask me. But yeah, this is getting spicier. Harry has pulled away from Edster. I really don't know what's going to happen in this one. Safety cars could change things here. And dive bombs. Remember, dive bombs started in the pit lane to avoid this. And he has immediately got another problem. Nieto is also last night's torpedo. You're not wrong. We have me and Flukes the defense merchants with 90 defending, yeah. To be fair though, that defense isn't that powerful when you have a DRS that can outperform your car. But yeah, dive bombs here. That is not going to be a good thing. It is the engine. So that is going to put him at a little bit of a troublesome position here, if you ask me. Currently, the back is still the same. Opti, Ty, and Hot Dog. Opti is a championship contender, so that's not good for him. But neither is it for Petrov, and neither is it for Hot Dog. So they're kind of all three suffering together at the moment. And that is going to make things a little bit closer here in the championship fight. Schumacher is flying at the moment, pulled away from both Hasses, and is now fighting Harry for the last podium slot. But yeah, Reverend, Tenavox, both of them are kind of just flying out front. We'll see what we can do here. But as of now, I don't think we're going to have any massive changes in position until we get the first set of pits up here. Although Razak has actually broken free from the troublesome Tekka and put himself up into 5th. Now, the pit stops are going to come soon. Edster is falling back because he's absolutely destroyed his tires. He's down to 34%. And Vastek 2 has destroyed his tires. Schumacher is probably also going to end up in that very, very same situation. And when they pit, it's going to be pretty decisive, or have a huge effect rather, on how this race goes. We do need Edson into pits now if he wants to hold on. And for Vastek, he is our first man into the pits today. All of the champion contenders are indeed trapped in the DRS train, and Jasper has a mechanical fault. We could be seeing a lot of engine changes today. Isn't there any rain? I don't believe we voted for rain here. We voted for rain in Baku, Miami, Vegas, and Belgium. So we still have wet Baku coming up, I do believe. And that is going to be... that's going to be its own flavor of pain. That's actually the next race. So anyone who switches components here could become very, very sad as it does go into the pit lanes. Oh. The Haas mechanical nightmare continues here.
That's a slow pit stop there.
If I was Gene, I would fire the entire pit crew, because the Edster and Poconaldo has had an insanely bad luck with the pit crew this entire season. I think we've seen more pit stops go wrong for them than we've seen pit stops go right. And that is not even an exaggeration, it's the damn truth. Schumacher comes in here alongside Tekka, Floof, and Petrov. Petrov coming in a little bit early here, trying to get himself out of that DRS train here. Good stop from the Alpines by the looks of it, no problems. And Haas has something they could learn here, for sure. Going to the chat, first thing I see, I'm in the pits. That is classic though, isn't it? Finally, Edster says, and then he gets immediately cursed. I'm sorry, Edster. Hopefully you are okay. Alpine manages to pull off a 2-stack. The Alpines bottled a 1-stopper, or 1-stack. Hard's going on for Tiny Raptor here for Poconaldo. Are we going to see more problems? Nope, clean stop for him. At least one of the cars did not get cursed there onto the hard tire. And for Jasper, is that a medium that I see? They put you on a medium tire. No, it's a hard. But yeah, Petrov here needs to get a move on, but Floof has decided to stand a little bit in the way. And honestly, Floof here, the defense merchant, just gets overtaken left and right into that corner. No way to defend. That is shambolic, as we see Rasa coming into the pits here now. A lot of the cars in the top 10, basically everyone has to pit within the next 2 or 3 laps. Exception is going to be dive bombs. But yeah, we will be seeing some changes in the order from race start. And Tekka might come out as one of the big winners. He is currently second car on pit stops, but Reverend and Tenderbox, as well as Harry here, probably does have enough to not lose out. So, gonna need a little bit more if you want to stay, if you want to overtake them, if you want to undercut them. But we will have to see here how this goes. Oh, we have the Red Bull now coming into the pits. Gonna shake things up a bit. Yes, please. Who won? I come back after finishing some studying. We haven't actually had the first race yet at Excito's. Tenderbox does come out in... Oh! Schumacher has actually undercut him. Massive air from Schumacher. Raptor 2 is getting some very, very good, well-timed pit stops here. Tenderbox has been put down now in 3rd after stops. And at this pace, the Williams are also going to be in trouble. They are going to do a double pit stop here. Okay, they actually have a very, very clean double pit stop. I think the second stop was a little delayed, but the first one was clean. And we see here Reverend coming out in net second. And unfortunately here, it was a bit delayed. Lost about 7 seconds there. Bit unfortunate there for Harry, but he'll have to try and make it up again. It is just unfortunately how the... unfortunately just how things go sometimes. David has turned his soft tires into a pair of hards at this point, but he has decided to come into the pits now. And the question is, where does he come out? Hot Dog has yet to pit, and he's still down in 18, so not really a good time for him. He did pit after his incident, I believe, or am I mistaken? But we see David coming out here in 15th, 16 now behind Hippity Hoppity, and both the Ferraris are suffering with their cars, as we have been getting used to over the course of this short season. I lost all the position I guess. Unfortunately, yeah. Place where everyone is a strategist until their engine blows on the last lap, and suddenly they're an amateur race mechanic. Petra with failure.
But the car's definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
Jasper here, using ChatGPT to make fun of all of us. Should we nerf him into the ground as punishment? But yeah, we do have some issues here for both Ferraris, for dive bombs, and now Petrov. What exactly is it that is wrong with Petrov's car? It's the engine. So yeah, already 24 laps into this, we have a lot of failures, and it's just only going to get worse from here. Next race in Baku is going to be wet. It's going to be failure heaven or hell, depending on where you are on the grid. I am looking forward to it so much. As Tenebox here finds himself back into first place, with Reverend following him. Kind of how they left off before the pit stops at this stage. Tekka somehow finds himself in third in an Alpine. This has to be some sort of black magic. Schumacher in fourth. Tina Raptor is fighting Vastek for fifth at the moment, losing out for now. Vasek in 7th, Toconaldo 8th. We have Harry still in the points here, chasing his first points this season. And championship leader in 10th. Esther did unfortunately get absolutely shafted by his pit stop in a massive way. We send our condolences. Reverend now with fastest lap and also creating a 2-second gap to Tenebox is kind of madness, really. This is diabolical. Yeah, it kind of is. Beautiful. Yeah, at this point, it is kind of stabilizing again. We are going to be seeing cars on the mediums probably start losing out a little bit to the hard runners pretty soon. And that is just how things go. We also have 3 cars on soft tires at the moment, which is going to make things spicy. And for Edson, they even put you on the mediums back there. You are probably going to go on the hards till the end then once you do pit. And Ty does actually get the overtake done. So this is getting a little bit weird if you ask me. No small gaps are forming, but still nothing major. It's basically just going to be the RS swapping here for the most part. And Tekka here should be launching an attack with fastest lap. DRS in use as Aztec also gets into this. Up into the last podium spot ahead of the Red Bull. Now for Reverend, this is actually a godsend because now there's basically car squabbling behind him for that last podium slot. And that could end up in tragedy for them and happiness for him. Too angry to speak. I cannot speak or I will be in big trouble. My internet might die soon. It feels like it will. I think the will to drive is also kind of dying at this rate. But yeah, so far it is getting not really much going on here, but I did not expect to have an Alpine fighting for a podium spot here. I did not expect both Saubers to be fighting for podium spots here. And unfortunately for Williams, it has not gone to plan. But they're certainly going better. Hippity Hoppity here is moving upwards. We could be seeing him in the points by the end of this. You are 18 Ty. You had a red flag in you caused a red flag in quali and started from the pit lane. So that did have a pretty huge effect on your race. Q1, you bin it into the wall, immediate red flag. The Alpine Master Plus will DNF me soon. Well, the Alpines have put you on a medium tire attacker, so that is very, very likely. But yeah, we have one big DRS train here. It's going to be a lot of switching back and forth. But honestly, I don't think for now there is much we can do. This gives you kind of a better picture of where we're at. Reverend having a bit of a gap down there to Vastek, to Tekka, to Schumacher. And then they have a gap down to the rest of the point scorers, really. We do have Hippity Hoppity and Petros kind of fighting further back, although that just ended. But in reality situation, every car is still very, very close there. And depending on how the next set of pit stops goes, I think is going to be the main deciding factor on where everyone ends up. But yeah, so far Otto has not been able to recover from that early lockup. Petrov's damage is definitely keeping him honest here, can't really do much. And the same can also be said for both the Ferrari drivers. Floof not having a good time with his defensive build. I gotta catch up in lapdog. That's a bit mean. Thought the Grand Prix was tomorrow. That is kind of true, but yeah. All in all, it is a pretty close field. With the exception of, you know, just one driver running away. Tekka somehow being the second in that train was not on my bingo card. But I think as we get closer to pits, everyone starts pushing a little bit more. We are going to be seeing everyone here kind of get closer and closer. And we're already seeing that with the Red Bull making a bit of a comeback here. And could potentially put someone in the wall. But yeah, cars are getting there. We're halfway through the race now, basically. And we will have maybe even 2 more pit stops. Am I that bad that I land on bingo card? Not really. It's more like it's more the fact that you're on the team with Floof, and you guys have scored, I think, 5 points combined so far, Tekka. No one would put you on a podium here with 5. Wait, I think you have 4 points. No, you have 1 point, and Floof has 4. Or am I misremembering? Let's check here the standings to get my concerns alleviated. So currently, we have Floof with 4 points. And if we go and look for Tekka, he now has 17 points, but 16 of those is dependent on where he finishes. So yeah, I think my bingo card concerns were valid for this one. I blocked the wall. Alpine could win this. We could see that happen. Alpine could do some insane stuff. Right now, the Red Bull is just full sending it for sure. No way no way Tenbox isn't here. Full send as Jasper ends up behind the Minister of Defense. Self-proclaimed, I might add. Honestly, the best thing you could do here, Jasper, for your car and for the rest of your season is just to full send it into Floof. Both of you get new components. You get fresh ones for the last 3 races. Floof gets fresh ones so you can hold more people up. And then you can live happily ever after together. Harry is making moves. You're not wrong there. Harry is getting himself up into 5th here. And I don't think it's going to stop there because the first stint for the Williams team was really, really good here. And right now, he has tire advantage over virtually everyone on the track here, with the exception of Hippity Hoppity and David. But he has a tire advantage over everyone ahead of him, and that is the important part here. And the gaps aren't that huge. Schumacher, though, will start to send it Tekka's way, and we'll have to see if we can keep that up. Really wish I had one more camera that was a little bit more zoomed out. Then this would be perfect. Can Tekka defend his podium here? No. Yes, driven straight past by a car with arguably worse tires than he has. But DRS is powerful around here. And right now, Tekka might find himself in a downward spiral. Harry is coming for him. Giving up in this race, got no pace. Unfortunately, that does seem to ring through. You had a very, very good start. You and Poconaldo, for that matter. But you both kind of couldn't capitalize. And I think we blame the Haas strategic department for that one, Edster. But yeah, Tekka is now down into 5th. It is kind of what we expect with the tyres dying off here. We should see Schumacher pitting within the next couple of laps, and this is when the fun begins, when everyone starts pitting. Can I turn everyone's control stats down so it is more carnage? We might do something like that in the future, Carl, to be fair. I am thinking of just doing also F2 season on as a video at one point, but we might go for more carnage later on. Harrier should be able to pass and get onto podium places, particularly as he stays out. Almost easier than if he stayed in because, well, slipstream. But yeah, the Williams finds himself back up where he was earlier this race. And with tire advantage, we could see a very similar scenario happen towards the end. So this is very, very nice to see. We have Schumacher also doing moves. Tiny Raptors up here. Tekka, I would love to see you get another fast lap, mate, and keep the pace up. But you probably do want to start pitting and get some undercutting going. As Ed said, is in the pits, and I don't even know if we had an error this time. But Ed does come out on the hards here. And with the gap being 20 seconds to hot dog alone, unfortunately, I don't see any way to get things going. Terrible stop here from Schumacher. Decent stop from Cosby. Schumacher getting shafted by the pit crew. That is not what we'd like to see there. He was in a good position before the pits. Now he finds himself 37 seconds down the road. Probably lost 7-ish seconds there. Addition to pit stop time. That is unfortunate. Yeah, Schumacher is doing the best that he can. I have a nice number of viewers right now. Is it 69? That does seem to be what is considered the nice number. So that is nice to see. Basically, almost everyone that was yesterday is there too, but I can only be blamed for the ones that are missing. If I let them know earlier, probably would have been better. And I did also get distracted there and lost a pit stop from Nieto, from Vastek, and Petrov. All of them going onto hard tires, so they'll be staying on these all the way till the end. We'll have to see if Schumacher can get by Ty, or if Ty is going to cause him any grief. Raptor comes in from 4th place on the grid here. Is he going onto another hard tire? Medium. That might be painful. Blue Alex to pit as well. I'm going to get left at this rate. Unfortunately, that might be very likely, yes. Just got to undercut by literally everyone. That does happen when the AI does strategy. But honestly, when you look at viewer, when you do something like this and you look at the viewer you submitted, sorry, the driver you submitted, you just realize how hard it gets shafted by AI. You probably do understand my concern for the AI in this game a little bit more, I would say. We have Tanabox pitting from top here. We have Tekka pitting from top here. Well, top-ish. The points, at least. And hard tire till the end for him. Medium for the Red Bull. And we do have a yellow flag here. Crash involving multiple cars. Just a slight love tap between Cosby and the Mercedes right there. Fastest lap goes to Vasbeck, who is moving up quickly up. Pekka comes out in 13th here. And in terms of cars ahead, it's just 3 of them that have pitted for fresh tires second. You are on the hards. You could see this come your way again, honestly. The 2 Williams are fighting. Are we going to get a double Williams pit stop here? Probably not. But they do need to pit one of their cars sooner rather than later, because right now both of them are on hards that are going to explode at one point, and neither of them are pitting. The dive bomb should pit too. Poconaldo is coming in. It's the other Haskell that gets screwed, just like his teammate. Another yellow flag. We have Cosby out with a virtual safety car, or maybe not out. Most likely out. Let's see what Poconaldo does here. Does he get screwed over? Not as much as his teammate, but still, he does get screwed over. It did, in fact, get screwed over, and it did get jumped in the pits.
Now, this happened as they arrived at turn 12. And makes contact with the wall. And that's a tough
Just
one to
loses
take
grip on the
for
curb,
driver
spins,
and the car.
hits the wall. Didn't get any
Clearly
damage,
they're
at least.
not what everyone-
Crosby, I think you got a lot of damage, mate. You were out. You were tired, brother. To be fair, you're probably responding to that earlier incident, to be fair. But yeah, that is just, again, the prime example of how easily people jinx themselves in my streams. Crosby says I didn't get any damage. And then the same corner, basically a lap later, just crashes. That's very, very unfortunate, to be fair. It was one lap later, yeah. Petrov's mechanic fault is also escalated, which means he should be getting the component next race. We have Hot Dog coming in too, trying to alleviate some issues. This could be Williams having a huge chance there to get a cheap pit stop. Are they going to take it? We have one Williams in, the other stays out. Not the worst thing they could have done. Yeah, I know, Cosby. Sorry, I look over it now and again to try and keep up. How is Schumacher done in the grid? We're currently on the first race of today, AFN. So the first DMF for both streams that isn't your driver, it's my own. I'm okay with the strategy. Yeah, we have Raskin, we have David in, and a little bit of a problem there with the nuts. Seems to be a very common occurrence. Jasper is coming in here. And everyone who does pit right now is going to get a fairly significant advantage. So we can't really complain. Ferrari back in the points here. And still a couple of cars that have yet to pit. Harry might be on for a season best. From 0 to hero, literally, for this one. Are we going to get the second William in now? Is Reverend actually going to pit, or is he going to be insane? He is insane. Stays out. Hippity hoppity. Joins him in his insanity. Everyone else has pitted. And virtual safety car is now ending too. To make matters even worse for them. If Reverend pits, he's going to end up behind his teammate. But there's still going to be net 1-2. And the current standings are going to be Reverend ahead of Hippity Hoppity. Both yet to pit. Harry doing amazingly well here. Tenderbox in 4th. Pretty common to see him up here. Rasek and Tina Raptor, 2 Renault engines, are actually doing pretty well around here. Schumacher is in 7th. We have no, sorry, not Jasper. This is the other one. We have David improving his position to 8th for Ferrari after loitering around in 14th, 15th for the most part with the damage. Ty has recovered somehow. Don't know exactly what Richcraft to use, but it's up into 9th. And Tekka is having a bad time down in 10th. Nieto is also having a bit of a bad time here, so does Masbeck with the unfortunate slow pit stop. But yeah, has had a good start, and then the pit crew said no, we don't allow that to happen here. As we just slowly slide by dive bombs there. Reverend finally does pit. Finally. Hippity Hoppity is still going, but he has better tires, so it kind of makes sense. Clean stop is going to come out, as mentioned, a little bit further down the order with that. And Rasek and Tina Raptor are going to be able to... Oh, just shoot by him, apparently. I think we need to take a look at those Astons, because that looked a little bit like a NOS button there for a second. I'm okay with this strategy. Good to know. We all said Floof is bad luck and things like that, but maybe it's just you, Nero. Maybe it's just stream. Okay. So stream with Orange Sab. Yeah, I could do that. If I pit next, come out and maybe 5th. Come on. Could still make it happen. As my engine fault just fixed itself. Jasper does no longer have an engine fault, which means he can get a new one next race. So yeah, your engine fault has fixed itself. And we can get a little bit of a fix. That was the racing game? It is, but it's just silly just how much it has an effect there. But yeah, Jasper can now pick up a new fault next lap. Or later this race. Next race. Wet race in Baku, you would definitely love to have a bad engine for that one. But yeah, the Astons here doing a great job. Reverend is falling a little bit down here, just...
But it looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
Who do we blame for this one, Jasper? Do we blame you? Or do we blame Petro for this one? Who gets the blame for Jasper getting his engine fault back? Sorry, Orange Sav is currently on sick leave, Jasper. That's why I'm here. Jasper's still behind the midst of defense. Yes. Bit unfortunate there, but that's why we love this. The fact that you can just smell it coming, but yeah. Hippity Hoppity is kind of destroying his own race. He's stayed out so long now that when he pits, he's going to be out of the points. Hi, I thought you had pitted already, but apparently you hadn't, so I gave you praise for nothing. Or did you have some sort of incident that I didn't see? I need to check this out, because I thought I saw everyone on fresh tires. No, you had actually gone on hard tires forever. That makes more sense then, it's just me being blind. But yeah, Hippity Hoppity here had a chance. He has now been overtaken by Harry. Probably going to go into the pits now too. Red Bull, Technobox here, currently in third with a mechanical fault is not what you want to see.
As far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
I believe it is the engine. You could also see Hippity Hoppity here taking out Harry with those bad tires of his. But yeah, this is not the best strategy I've ever seen from the air. I assume you're going, oh, I thought we might get a safety car there for a second. Rasek with the locker.
See what happened. Now this was at turn 3.
Check if it's the same part. I will after this lap so we can see what Technobox issue is as well. Show market podium incoming. Now everyone has actually pitted now. I was mistaken about Ty. My bad. Apologies for getting your hopes up. But everyone has pitted now except for Hippity Hoppity. Rasek might need to do another one. 20 laps with 68% one tires is not what you want to do here. Rasek might turn into the wall that holds everyone up at this rate. But yeah, Hippity Hoppity, once he pits, he's going to be out of the points. He's going to have to make one heck of a comeback. But I assume he's going to go for a soft tire. That's the only one. And with tire advantage in this, it might actually just work out okay. We'll have to see though. In terms of the current damage, we do want to take a look and see if Jasper got the engine again. And it did, in fact, get engine again. It took 2 laps of fresh until it just said, nah. Which is kind of hilarious, to be fair. That is a red first name. One of Elon's kids, damn. Be nice. 2 nice laps there for Jasper until it exploded again. And it's actually ERS for the Red Bull. That's going to be kind of painful around here, particularly with the long straights. Is your issue actually in terms of recharge, Technobox? Is that what's happening here? Does not look like it's a recharge issue, so I think it's a deploy issue. Which is still bad, don't get me wrong. Ty gets a mechanical fault. Showmarker gets a mechanical fault. Everyone gets a mechanical fault. Yeah, look at that. What is your fault? You got it this lap, so we'll have to take a look later on. But as you can imagine, we are entering the era of mechanical faults deciding races, and it's going to be glorious. Bro, I have a fault. I feel like everyone that speaks up just gets hit with a shut up notice immediately. I'm still wondering what the AI is doing with Hippity Hoppity here. Are they still praying for that safety car? Because even that safety car isn't going to save them in this situation. Technobox has ERS issue. He has worse tires than Harry. Harry looks to be home free here. 10 seconds basically lead. If Technobox gets you, that would be kind of insane. And he is actually gaining a little bit here. But you do have better straight line speed, as we can see. So Harry is in a very good position. As David has put himself up into 6th, maybe even 5th here now. We are going to see what the issue for both Ty And Schumacher actually is. So it's a gearbox issue for Schumacher. And for Chai, it's an ERS issue. So not the worst it could have had. Well, the ERS issues are generally just annoying, more so than really, really bad. The gearbox issue is going to slow Schumacher down a bit, though. Going to need the ERS to keep you safer in the top, I think. I don't have false just pit lane issues. Damn it. I need that on a shirt. I need that on a shirt. The RB is definitely hoping for a red flag, yeah. And we could get one with all these failures going if they start escalating. Hopefully I don't bin it. We can cross our fingers here. Hippodiopathy is now down into 6th, and let's face it, he's just going to keep on failing. Failing downwards. Falling is what I'm trying to say. 3 points are being picked up right now by everyone involved. It's just unfortunate way of the game. We'll have to see what happens there. Perhaps temporary. Could very well be. Could also be like Jasper's, where he comes back after 2 laps once he gets fixed. But Hippodiopathy is actually shaking up the grid a little bit because he is creating gaps. As he keeps on staying out for another lap. There's 15 laps remaining. How many laps are you planning to go on a soft here, brother? What is this? Schumacher's fault has escalated into a bad one. Major one. That is going to slow him down. We could be seeing David getting a chance of stealing a podium, even with the fault that he is nursing at this rate. Oh, never mind. He just bullied him out. He just bullied Schumacher out of the way. Neither got damaged, though. That was... We might need to get the FIA in here and take a look at that situation. Schumacher does not want to give up, though. Fights it back with the help of DRS. And this fight is going to keep on continuing. And as it does, both Reverend and Tina Raptor are going to get into this. Tekka, Nieto, Razak might also get into this. Hippodiopathy is still clinging on to life on those odds. He might be a red flag or the safety car that we get here when his tires explode. That's actually kind of insane. Finally, it's out of the points. Vaspek takes 10th. And I don't know what to say here. The championship contenders, both of them are having the worst race this season they've ever had, I think, with the exception of, DNFs. And Tina Raptor now could score a podium with the Renault engine. This is all getting very, very spicy these last 13 laps. I thought that was about to be a torpedo moment. Yes, me too back then. I'm not here. At least I won't be lapped. That is true, I guess. Hippodiopathy finally pits. That's actually insane how long he stayed out. That should not happen. Down into 17th here, and even with fresh tires, needs to make up 28 seconds to get back in the points. Now, we have a yellow flag. Could this be the return to grace? Crash multiple cars? Reverend involved in an incident here with Schumacher, by the looks of it. Wing is gone. Rear tires may be damaged. What happened here? See you later, Jasper. Thank you for dropping by. We wish you luck for your remaining races. Let's see how this goes. But yeah. It was actually Tina Raptor that got bullied. It was actually Schumacher being safe. Tina Raptor was the one who crashed with Reverend. And got the damage. Schumacher is just, unfortunately, a bad component that is ruining his race. Incident involving Reverend and Raptor. No penalties given. Keep on going. And they both have very similar tires here. Harry is still keeping a tire advantage. This could, again, get very, very spicy towards the end here. David is trying to get that Williams car. That guy is also sneaking up from behind with that Alpine. Slowly but surely, not giving up. We'll have to see if Bassbeck here can actually close into the last point. If there's extra gearboxes, I'm going to be very pissed. What do you mean? I think there's just 2 gearboxes for everyone. 2 of everything. Hello, I'm new to F1 Manager and want to use my first driving P1, but I don't know how to. There should be a small button before you start practice. Like 2 arrows going into each other. Click that one. Are penalties ever given in this game? Yes. Usually for like shit that is stonewall. Oh, the Red Bull's fault is escalating. Tenavox now's ERS is basically ready to leave the building. We could still have a very, very interesting end to this race, particularly with the Ferrari having problems, the Tenavox having problems. Everything is aligning here for Harry. And he is gonna most likely go from 0 to hero here, which would be amazing for all parties involved. Trevor and David are causing problems for themselves and the cars behind. And out of nowhere, the other car that has yet to score points this season could get a podium. We could have both of the pointless drivers here get themselves into a very, very good position. 10 laps to go. Everyone is going to struggle with tires here. The exception is actually our race leader. Rasek is about to explode his tires very, very soon. He needs to pit for softs immediately. So there are still some drama to be had here. At least a little bit of it. Ras does have very, very painful tires. You are correct. But yeah, we have at least a little bit of fighting here for Hot Dog. He's getting back into the groove. Fighting Ty, which is somewhat risky, let's be honest. Hippity Hoppity has not been able to make the soft tires here really work for him. He is still a decent amount away from points, 15 seconds. Honestly, he can actually make it here if he gets a move on and get by everyone. And the second I praise Dog for getting into something a little bit, he crashes. That is unfortunate.
Clearly unable to take evasive action.
That's an insane spin.
They would have had in mind when they woke up this morning.
That is an insane spin right there. We do still have a lot of fighting going on here, particularly between, particularly for the podium. Tenavox has now been caught, and we do now have a 4-man train for 2 podium slots. That guy is going to be trying to get in here as well. Schumacher is going to be begging his teammates to help pull him along into the points. And for Poconaldo, he's just hoping that someone destroys their tires. Razak has gotten a puncture here. Not that surprising. AI decides to just absolutely full send it. The Renault engine? Illegal Renault engine. Oh, we can see here. But yeah, it's definitely shake things up a little bit here. As Reverin now is up into second. And we'll have to see if David can keep up with them. But yeah, Williams' team here could definitely put themselves into contention for the championship. Mercedes needs to pull themselves up back. And with the wet Baku coming up, anything can happen. Anything can actually happen in Baku. Someone needs to be fine. How are they feeling close to 16k sub? Pretty good. Like, I'll take it. I had no hopes that it was going to go even that far when I first began. Just did it for fun. Like, I still am, which is the best part about it. Now I can just use it to fund my my gaming addiction, I guess you could say. What's not to love about it, Tekka? Thank you all for subbing, by the way. Thank you all for being here and supporting me. On that note, I do appreciate it immensely. I feel like assuming I get race-worthy pass, I can do better. To be fair, we should probably also head before we go into the last end of the race. Take a look at what we can expect from certain cars here. Now, generally, I'm just going to say what's going to happen next race, most likely. Jasper is unfortunately not going to be given a new engine. The AI is fine running 30% engines with a fault. They will do that and not care. But Jasper might very well be screwed in Baku. David Unfortunately, has a similar deal with his gearbox. Ty should be fine, but the ERS could very well explode during practice. Cosby is in danger zone, but not really anything the AIs can do about that. Tenebox is going to get his ERS changed, that I can say for sure, and he's going to be really dangerous in Baku with basically a fresh set of components. Dive bombs, similar deal as with Jasper, probably not going to get a new one. Hot dog here, again, just lower end on components right now, not going to get any replacements, could be unlucky with engine. Pocket Petrov, our championship leader, is going to get a new engine, but still going to run a little bit of a risk there with the gearbox. But should be fine in Baku, is going to be my estimate there. Floof, no components are going to get changed. Tekka, no components are going to get changed. For our two race leaders, they're both running their freshest gear. And this is kind of why the AI being bad with components is terrible. Because in a very equal save, you can already see kind of how and why these guys are flying up top. And I just want to point out, Nieto is kind of running a very similar scheme right now. So, yeah, you can see what's going on here. For the two passes, they are going to be sticking with the components they have next race. For Hippity Hoppity, same deal. For Vasbeck here, he is going to be sticking with what he has, and we are going to be seeing a new gearbox for Schumacher, but unfortunately, that engine can also explode still. For the two Aston Martins here, we are going to have them stay with their current components next race weekend. Again, I'm not saying that this is what's going to happen. It's what I expect to happen based on how the AI does things. But yeah, top three are a little bit more... makes a little bit more sense now, right? Appreciate that, Tekka. For me, it's Sandwood, Dixaidos. I do believe. Spa is fun. Harry, great races, that one. Give me a huge engine fault also. That's basically what everyone that has a yellow full run out should pray for. You shouldn't pray for points. You should pray for the DNF from your engine or component exploding. That's actually what you need as of this moment. If the update is 12th, he is going to score points. He is currently doing 3 seconds a lap quicker than everyone else. Well, at least the car's ahead of him. So yeah, he's very likely to get past Poconaldo, then get past Schumacher. But I think unfortunately that is as far as he goes. He's going to score a single pointer unless he takes fastest lap. Or we have a terrible, terrible incident that no one could have ever predicted. Yeah, it is getting spicy here. The two people who haven't scored points so far are indeed running 1-2. This could be amazing. Love to see a drive to survive for this grid. What's up, Tixaidos? Yeah, 3 laps to go here. We have Reverend trying to take back that second place. We have David not giving up even with the damage. Tekka is kind of settled into 5th at the moment. We have Tenebox in 6th with major damage to his DRS. We'll have to see if we can hold Raptor off. Dive Bombs in 8th. Vasbeck in 9th. Poconaldo currently holding that final point scoring position. But Hippity Hoppity is coming for that single point property. So you better speed up right away. As Rasek, after puncturing his tires, sets fastest lap, meaning no one here is getting the fastest lap point. Because unless you finish in the points, you don't actually get credit for it. Tires are also going on the low end here, for sure. A lot of very worn tires for everyone. Nieto is struggling right now to keep up with the two Williams. Hippity Hoppity is coming for your point, Poconaldo. You better clench. And we are going to have a fight here for that final podium spot. We'll have to see if Nieto can close enough down to get Reverend by the end. Raptor is probably going to get 6th here. And all in all, it's been a very, very fun race here. Final lap has begun. Let's see what happens with that final DRS. Well, the final main DRS on here for a couple of teams. Can Nieto hold off? And if he can't, can he retake that position? David goes up into 3rd, but the fight isn't over yet. Nieto fights back. We have Tenebox trying and failing to get that 6th place back. Further down the grid, we have Poconaldo. Then overtaken by Hippity Hoppity. He's going to have a really, really tough job here of getting that point scoring position back. Nato, unfortunately, has basically very similar ties to David. Just unfortunately couldn't get it done. And we are seeing Harry here crossing the line for his first points and his first win. Both in one package. Reverend gets second. David gets third. Nieto scores his first points with a 4th place finish. Tekka scores some suspicious points for Alpine. Rafter gets 6. Tenwalk 7. We have Die Bombs in 8. The brothers doing okay. With damage, just nursing themselves to the end of this race. Maspec gets 9th. Hippity Hoppity, who probably should have pitted like 2-3 laps earlier and would have ended way higher, ends up with the last point. Unfortunate here for the Haas. Unfortunate here for Schumacher with the damage. And honestly, very unfortunate for a lot of the guys that finished outside of the points.
Sometimes I think you just have to accept that it's not going to be your race.
Very, very unfortunate. Congrats, Williams, for this one. David with a insane run as well, having damage from such an early time in this race. Can I move teams? You can move teams for what we do next, Ty, for sure. And me, who didn't finish. Less said about my race, the better. Your race was okay, I'd say. Your pit crew was terrible. That's all we should say. But yeah, this kind of changes up things a little bit. Parker Petrofay is still perfectly safe up front because the top 3 contenders only scored 1 point combined. And with this, we now have Reverend moving up into 4th. He's getting into this. Gonna need to have a couple of good more performances. Harry moves up into 7th with his performance here. And we have some interesting performance here from Nieto as well. You guys really have decided to just put Floof in the absolute dirt down here. How dare you? Coconaldo does get a point for pole position. So at least it has scored 1 point today. It could have been worse. Could have been 0. With this, Williams scores 43 points. And if they do this again, it's going to be a very close fight with Mercedes. But do we see this happening again? Probably not. Next race weekend, there are going to be more competitors. And unless they nail quali, it's not going to happen. However, if they do, then it is very, very likely that the last 2 races will be a Mercedes versus Williams show. That in its own could be quite interesting. Tekka finished 5, I believe. 5th. Williams make a move for constructor, indeed. Don't forget to look at team's development. I shall try and remember that backwards in just 18 days. That should be easier to remember. But yeah, we will take a look at the teams and where they're at. Because the teams are actually fairly close. The engines here, and of course how you set up your drive is actually going to be the main deciding factor. I can retire now. P5 is all I can achieve. To be fair, P5 is very much acceptable. I'm going to just give my pit crew the rest of the season off. We won't have a use for them anyways. We can just get myself to change BKK's tires between quali runs. That will work out just fine. Yeah, there we are. How do we think the teams are setting up here before Baku? Which team do we think is best? Do we think it is Williams? Or do we think that they took basically maximum advantage here? How did your... Okay. Or do we think they actually took maximum advantage out of the fact that they had fresh engines, or the rest didn't? I'm going to go chill before the morning. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you for being part of this, Harry. Hope you rest up and feel good tomorrow. At least you can go to bed a champion. That's all I will say about that one. Thank you for being part of this. It's been fun. Hope you... hope to see you join us again. I'm taking the fact that I still have the highest finish out of any Renault engine drivers. Harry going out on top, respect, indeed. Regulation mode, financial changes. We are not going to accept that. Baku is in 4 days. We are going to save it, and I'm going to figure out where everyone is standing. But I think we'll take a look in-game this time and compare. So there is actually a car that is slower than us in terms of low speed. Let's start with the winners of last race, Williams. They are currently the best-ish team in terms of top speed and low speed cornering. And they have good acceleration. I think we all know what this means in Baku, everyone. They're also very bad at dirty air tolerance. They're very bad at tire preservation. But they keep their engine cooling high. So yeah, this could be a very spicy affair next race. Now if we compare them to the main contenders, Mercedes here, the Williams car currently has an advantage. And I'm going to go ahead and say that's a pretty significant advantage. They have the top speed, they have the acceleration. Well, they basically have the same engine, so it doesn't really matter. But the significant advantage is just the low speed cornering difference. 0.015 low speed is actually quite massive. Now, of course, tire preservation and high speed does kind of cancel that out, but that's not going to matter too much in Baku. There's low degradation. Not a lot that is going to happen with that. So yeah, Mercedes is going to have a bit of a tough time. In terms of Red Bull here, they are kind of in a similar boat to Mercedes, honestly. Very, very similar, actually. They are a little bit less behind in terms of low speed. But other than that, the rest kind of does look very, very similar. Very close, still. McLaren, our Renault power team here is not having a good time. They are closer than other teams, however, in terms of low speed cornering. And they do have a advantage over Williams in high speed. If McLaren was running a better engine, they would probably be doing a lot better, to be fair. Ferrari here, same difference with the other two teams. Same kind of setup as Red Bull, Williams, well, and Mercedes here. Not really that much separating them. But in this case, the Ferrari does have the Ferrari engine. They are getting hurt a little bit by that. Alpine next up on the chopping block, and they're actually pretty decent. They're lacking top speed, but the main thing that is punishing them is that Alpine engine. Straight up. The Alpine engine and driver stats allocation is what is hurting them. We kind of saw this with Tech last race. They are very similar built to, compared to Williams. They do have very similar tire preservation. So all in all, not that surprising. Haas here is unfortunately a little bit behind on everything. They have gone for a heavier car. Durability, as Gene has wanted, which is kind of painful. I'll be back next stream. See you later, Harry. Sounds good. Red Bull Powertrain Domination Ball fans. We might do just Renault engines next year to see how things get with that. Congratulations, friends. 16k subs. Thank you very much. Alpine for the win. But yeah, we might force everyone on Renault engines next time to spice it up. Hippity hoppity, and I'll be here. Might do insanely well this next race. They only have 5 kilograms of weight on their car. Only 5 kilograms. They are probably the best team here in terms of cornering. They are. They don't have the DRS, which definitely is causing them a little bit of pain. But they have decent top speed. They have a good enough DRS. And they have a cornering advantage over everyone. With tire preservation as well. Hippity Hoppity could definitely make a bit of a challenge here towards the end. Sauber, how on earth have you guys been scoring points? Behind in every department in terms of cornering. You are the heaviest car out there, I would dare say. We'll have to pray that whoever is designing your car parts gets fired. That's honestly the only advice I can give you. Aston, a little bit behind on low speed, but honestly, not too shabby here. Has the medium, has the high speed, has the tire preservation. Just needs to get the low speed up and running, and then it'll be doing a lot better. And of course, me, we don't need to talk about because we're behind everyone. But yeah, all in all, most teams are pretty good here. I think Sauber is going to be the ones that are the worst off, unfortunately. And again, the main difference here is just going to be go down to, at least these are staff members. Don't need to click them. The main difference here is just going to go down to how well the AI changed your engine parts, really. That's all you need to do well. Hey Naro, hey Dimas, how you doing? I'm doing 3 more races. I'm not playing these races. I'm just basically commentating on them, and we're taking a look at how people do. So, yeah, basically we're doing a viewer grid. We decided for the second half here that I would sit out. We'd focus on watching what everyone's doing. But this is going to be the last fun race here with a full rain Baku. The remaining 2 races are going to be dry. So this could get spicy from a couple angles. Sauber does need a whole new car. And we need to send the American team, interestingly enough, on a diet. What did F1 manager and Frontier mean by this? But yeah, we're going to just simulate here 2 quali. And this could be a very, very spicy one. I don't know if I'm even going to get BKK out of the first quali session here. We might need to give ourselves a boosted car in the future. If we are going to do qualis like this, if we again want to watch them for future runs. I think for now, we are just going to do very, very simply like so. And we are going to send BK out here. Let's see how many cars come out with yellow numbers next to them. We have Reverend here asking us the first qualifier out, and it's just dive bombs and David. David did score points though with that damage, so it might be lucky for him. But yeah, we have outlaps here from everyone. It is going to stay very similar here, 1.4, 1.5 millimeters for the entire qualifying session. Let's see where people do end up on this first run. I believe we have every car on track right now. So who is actually going to go ahead and put in a good time? What's up, Dimas? Can we check Schumacher's components? Yeah, so we just need 1 lap completed. And then we can take a look at anyone who has drivers where you are concerned about your components. Please let me know. And we'll do a pre-race review of them, so to speak. Reverend puts it first. We're in P2. How is the rest going to do here? Jasper third. That guy in third. Honestly, I'm just going to update it once we're done with everyone. Floof puts it in 7th. That's illegal. Petrov with a bad run again here with Mercedes engine set. Not good. Edster did get his 1 Q3 appearance, so it's a sign that he's done with qualifying for now. But yeah, the first run in quali. Reverend first, Hippity second, Hot Dog third. He's making a comeback after that terrible race last time around. Hospi and Ty are doing well. And David's fault has escalated in quali.
Right. It certainly looks like...
Meaning that he is going to need to probably replace that and start in the pit lane here. What is expected to be a wet race. But yeah, not much to do about that. Currently in danger, Schumacher, Rasek, Petrov, Vasbek, and Edster. And we were requested to take a quick look at Schumacher's car. You're still running a terrible engine, but you have a new gearbox to replace the one that got demolished last time. Let's just put it like that. Second runner is starting. We still have Dive Bomb staying in the pits. We still have Ty staying in the pits. And we also have Rasek staying in the pits. So a couple of cars here. Ty actually being an absolute gremlin. Going out after everyone has passed, basically. How many cars is this man going to hold up at the moment? How many? He lets the first 2 by. No problem. Eye bombs could also be a problem up front here. No, not really. Starting his lap right now. But yeah, Rasek is coming in here, being a little bit of a nuisance. For some, look at that. Alpine getting screwed. Williams getting screwed. We have a couple of trolls on the track. Ty and Rasek at the moment. Can check hot dogs, condiments, any mustard relish? No, I'm going to puke if I eat anything. Very nice, Emus, honestly. I was thinking of making that video where I just kind of set that up for anyone who wants to do it. Something I would do IRL. If you can't beat him, block him. That does make sense. But yeah, we'll have to see how this goes. We still have 1 more run left than most people here. Edster getting held up by a damaged Ferrari. As if your life couldn't get any worse. The Ferrari with major damage was the car that you came out behind on your lap here. No improvement, as it turns out. 2025 cars? No, this is just equal start cars, basically. You have one more chance, Edster, to make your mark here. Everyone has done, I believe, the fast laps now. We have Ty doing his after being a menace. We have Rasik doing his after being a menace. Ty is still 6th. I'm wondering if Rasik is going to be able to improve here with just how much of mayhem he caused. Well, he didn't cause as much as the others. Still 18th, unfortunately. Too many cars to get through on his own run. So yeah, this is going to be very interesting. It's Baku, and we are just basically 1 second here. 1.2 seconds from last to first. And also the main reason why they don't improve is because the first lap was done at 150. We're now at 180. So it's going to be painful for anyone to try and improve right now, and they just decide to stay at home. Schumacher, Rasek, Petrov out again in Q1. Vasbek and Edster all out here in the wet qualifying. The Red Bull and Tenavox just barely surviving. Just barely alive here. This could get interesting again, honestly. Reverend is still doing good. Iptiopti is in it. Hot Dog is kind of redeeming himself. Remember, Petrov is the one that is 15 points ahead. So if things go badly here for him, which it did, we could be seeing a very close fight after the end of this race. Ferrari crew still at Aston. Don't lose the will to live. Don't lose your will to live over what the AI does in this game. That just sounds like a terrible way to live. That's please. Okay, we have gone out ahead here so that we aren't a problem. We're also going to go out last, so we are even less of a problem. David has decided to just not participate. And seeing that the fault is gone, I do believe you have elected to get some new components in here. Which does make sense, don't get me wrong. Full wet qualifying here, wet tires, and it is going to remain even wetter. So this is basically a one-shot quali at the moment. Who is the car out front? It is Haas and Poconaldo. It's going to be a one-shot quali. It's going to rain a lot more. Let's see how things go here. BK starts it off. Poconaldo comes in here as the second car. Behind. Remember, we're going to retire, so what Poconaldo has here is actually pole. Ipti puts it ahead though, and that was kind of quick. But with that, qualifying is over. Just like that. Raptor is going to be pushed up a little bit. Well, it's not over. We still need to do the final one. But yeah, this is definitely a one-shot. And Floof in 4th is not what I would, expect here. Jasper having a bad time even with that fresh pair of components. Tenavox survived last time. Didn't survive this time. Cosby 13th, Raptor 11th. Ty just barely getting some dignity back here after the misfortune he had last time around. They are trying another run here. We could see some improvements. 1 minute until he starts pouring down. Reverend not happy with his current setup here. And Jasper comes out ahead of Hippity Hoppity. I think that was enough to stop him from improving. Is the rain actually going down? Did we get lied to? I did get lied to. Dive Bomb's fault here escalates too. He's going to probably join David in the pit lane for the second race in a row. But yeah, I definitely got lied to here by the weatherman. Couldn't make things work. How is Floof top 5? Because Floof isn't here today, I'd say. He can't jinx himself. And thus, he's doing better. Doing a lot better. I don't remember exactly who was the storm chase, but yeah, if Floof with 95 defending. Does he have 90? Does 90 or 95? One of them. Floof with 90 defending here. If he qualifies higher up, he's going to be a menace to deal with for everyone. But yeah, no real improvements here so far. Dive Bombs up into 6th with damage. Floof in 5th now. Poconaldo is reasserting his claim. But I think qualifying is coming to an end here. We do still have 3 cars here on fast laps. Can they improve? Currently, we have Raptor and Cosby in danger. No, 1 improvement. And a red flag. The Ferrari has ended Q2 here. No time for another lap. Which means that Raptor, Taka, Ty, our last race winner, and of course the culprit himself, is now out of Q2. At least he isn't here to witness the horrors of his ways right now. But yeah, what we're going to do now is that we're not going to participate in this quali, we're not going to have any chance, and then we are just going to go back to the pit lane. This way we kind of put it back to semi-regular rules. It's still going to be 1 off 20 car grid. And this way, why did I go out? That is muscle memory, everyone. So we are just going to take manual control and we are going to call the car in. Muscle memory. Just every time you click quali, you send your car out immediately. We are going back to the pits. Luckily enough, we didn't cause a red flag there. We're just giving all of the guys still in the pits there a little bit of a scare before quali really starts. How long until we everyone gets going, do we think? We are waiting for quali to begin. Whole season has been unlucky. Almost had no luck. You're not alone in that one time. There's been a lot of unlucky people. Let us speed this up because it seems like all of you have decided to just do 1 lap here. Or maybe we get a quali when no one does a lap in Q3. We'll see. Oh. Here we go. Cosby blinks first. The expectations here for the weather is that it's going to get drier towards the end. So whoever goes out last is going to be the car with the best chance. And Cosby went out so early, he might even get blocked. Reverend is our current leader. Poconaldo is also coming out. Dive Bombs is just sitting in the pit lane because he did switch a component. He's going to be starting pretty far back. How is this actually going to go here? All parties involved. Hot Dog and Poconaldo might have pulled a master stroke alongside Floof. But all the cars there are a little bit too close. If one of them makes a mistake, all of them are going to be in trouble. Cosby might actually be able to qualify and then get a red flag and put himself on pole that way. Which would be insane. But yeah, we are getting starting here. Hippity hoppity. This is a qualifying run, but it looks like a race. The Williams here of Reverend... No, is that Reverend? It is Reverend. Just taking advantage of the car ahead, but there's limits to that. Now you are stuck. And you will be punished for getting stuck behind. Cosby sets that time here, 1:57. What can Nieto do? He puts in a 7/10 better time. And for Tenovox here, who is going to be our first one across the grid, what can we expect? We're going to slow this a little bit down here, see if this might be better. This just gives us also a better idea when people cross the line. Tenovox should be able to put it on pole. He fails. Reverend, pole so far. Hippity, hoppity. Poconaldo gets his 2nd place. Dog gets in there. And this is, I believe, our final grid. Reverend starts pole. Williams continue their strong form here. Poconaldo, 2nd in a Haas. Destroying everyone's expectations. Hippity hoppity and Nieto, 3rd and 5th in their RBs. Should be a good showing. And Hot Dog here, trying to reclaim some Mercedes honor. Dynamok 6, Cosby 7th, Floof 8. We have Dive Bombs 9th, but as I mentioned, there is going to be some changes here due to basic components. So there's going to be someone else starting 9th and 10th.
Well then, it's not long until we get started here, and we should be in for a tightly contested race.
Baku has been the scene for some major honor.
Why have I got first? Well, sorry, Cosby, you've been unlucky. To be fair. Floof is P8, P7, yeah, P8, yes.
Baku City Circuits challenges
this will
like
we'll have to see how this goes. Honestly, it's getting a little bit weird. A little bit weird. Heavy rain. Expected to come at the last part of the race. Okay. Okay. Inter, wet, inter potentially. The expectation is a medium into an inter. I am looking forward to this. It's not a full wet Baku, but a wild enough Baku that we should get some wild things going. We're just going to go ahead and slow our cars down as much as possible, and then we're going to get started. Wet Baku incoming. Safety cars are going to be a thing. Red flags should be a thing. We've actually had more red flags in quality than we've had in races so far this season, I believe. If Schumacher had an engine, we would win this. It would have better odds, yes. Away we go here. Reverend, Poconaldo. Just to take a quick look at what everyone is. Raptor and Tekka has been put up in top 10. We do have both Ferraris lined up in the pit lane. That's a shame, but that's kind of how it goes when one gets a major failure and the other one gets a red flag. And dive bombs for the second race in a row lines up next to us. What a man, what a myth, the legend. Reverend with a good start here. Poconaldo with not as good of a start, but he is against Hippity Hoppity on a soft tire, so it does make sense. Not as much grip. And we have just Floof here and Edster choosing to try a hard tire and probably going to go all the way till the end. Hot Dog in 4th, Nieto in 5th. We have Tenebox in 6th, Cosby 7th, 8 for Raptor, 9 for Floof, and 4 ties. So most cars just staying where they were at the start. Just a couple of moves up and down here, but nothing too major. We are going to retire both of our cars and take it very, very relaxing here. And in terms of this race, it is Baku. It is going to be just one big DRS train. There is not going to be a lot of difference here in the grid order. A couple of laps in there, we can see things change. Oh, Poconaldo already falling behind a little bit. Cosby, Nieto. Gaps forming already on the first lap. That's going to spice things up. Hippity Hoppity, Reverend both come out swinging. David Knapp's fastest lap from the pit lane. Do I have a fresh engine? Asked by David. Let's see. Did the team decide to give David a fresh engine? The answer to that is no. You have a fresh gearbox though. And you are finding Jasper at the moment. Honestly, did they give Jasper new stuff? Or is he running damage? Jasper could be a factor here towards the end. He has a fresh engine right now. That could spice things up a little bit. Hot Dog needs to clear Poconaldo here, unfortunately, if he wants to be part of this, well, the top part of this race, so to speak. As they are pulling away with the help of DRS. 3 seconds now in 3 laps. It's going to be rough if the overtakes don't stick, as Tenebox gets Nieto and uses the DRS to just pull away. Floof has already found himself down into 13th, unfortunately. I don't know what happened to him. But our defensive Lord and Savior is not having a good time. Petrov in 15th. Can kind of afford to not do super well this race, but definitely wants to be in the points in order to keep his championship alive. I decided to quietly cook him this race on my heart. We can hope. He asked my team to give me a fresh setup for next race. Starting pit lane, it's not fun. I'm sorry. It's the AI being the AI. It's the best way I can describe it. At least Poconaldo with the RSA, you can fight Hot Dog. Showing that you do have potential to lead constructors here. Hippity Hoppity has created a gap to Reverend. And, yeah, the RB is currently arguably the strongest car around this track. Not too surprising. Some fights further down, Harry definitely wants to try and move his way up, be back on that podium. Maybe not the top step, but at least part of it. And for Nieto here, he wants even more points after getting a taste last time around. But this is Baku, there's not really much that is going to be going on right now. we're going to allow time to pass a little bit quicker. And see if we get some insanity here. Going towards the first period of rain. So when the rain arrives, we don't actually know. But the expectation is between lap 25 and lap 33. So things are very much subject to change here. Here we have lap 18 to, well, lap 33 here. Aspect expectation is. So could still get a lot of spice in this one. Hot Dog has actually cleared Pocanaldo now and is hunting down Reverend. Can get that done. Pocanaldo is going to lose out quite a bit of time here just due to the fact that they are outside of his DRS with the help of DRS. Tina Raptor here, eyeing that Red Bull alongside a Alpine car. Cosby still lurking around 11th. I feel like I've seen you a lot here, Cosby, and it's kind of a weird feeling, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, Floof here, if he does things correct here by the time we get to rain, could cause a lot of pain for a lot of people. Remains to be seen how that works out, though. I'm here for the comebacks, though. To be fair, those are the most fun. Our first mechanical fault has been acquired by the man who changed components last race.
But there. Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
Got screwed over by components last race. Is going to most likely end up suffering the same fate this race. Schumacher, what issue have you acquired? It is that engine. I said it was going to happen. It did happen. It is just the way the AI works here. Low time in 11th, but not actually in the points from Spa. Setting fast lap and getting mechanical. Very classic Cosby, because when you set past the lap, you're pushing, you're actually pushing your engine harder, so more temperature. Did our championship leader get a new gearbox? The answer to that question is a resounding no, and he could very well suffer the exact same fate as Schumacher. Hence why crashing is actually really a good way to get all three components changed at once instead of one every couple of races. This makes your life a lot easier. But yeah, the RS train is being formed here again. Top 10 is still very close, let's be honest. 10 seconds. 8 laps in. That's not too bad, and it's just going to remain along the DRS train here until we get to the pit stops. That's when the fun begins. That's when you can make up places. But the question here is going to be, is the rain arriving before or after the first set of pit stops? If Hippity Hoppity keeps on pushing like this, he needs to go on the wets by lap 20. Well, not really 20, but 22-ish. So he can make it till the wet if it arrives early. If it arrives late, however, he is going to be in trouble. And so are a lot of the other runners. Our first yellow flag of the race has arrived.
Here we've got a yellow
Crash involving multiple cars. Oh, Harry, who is on the outside there. And Aston just bullets his way past. Or almost gets sent into the wall, depending on who you ask. Tina Raptor here. Harry comes and re-overtakes. No damage to cars. Maybe a slight amount of damage to Harry's wheels, perhaps. He does get a penalty for that, so it was actually Harry's fault. That's gonna make things painful when the pit stops arrive. Penalty for wheel banging and assassination attempt. 5 seconds given to Harry. But you're all muted, but I'm bleeding again. Oh. Hippity Hoppity jumps into the pits here. Another mechanical fault warning here for Schumacher. Okay, thank you for that little snippet. Yeah, another soft tyre here for Hippity Hoppity. Then almost goes for a medium tyre. Tekka a soft. And Schumacher is now dead last. with another soft tire. That's going to be kind of interesting, honestly. Is this a... Yes. Showmaker's engine has gone one level above and is threatening to explode. That is not what we want to see. They're going to have a bit of a hard time here. Raptor comes in the pit. Fastback comes in the pits. He too has problems now. Both the Saubers are giving up already. A little bit of a slow stop. I don't know what to say what's going on here. Bad luck continues to go the way of the green team. Now the question now is, are we going to have anyone else try and pit here? We could see 50% runners, like, okay. Both Hot Dog and Reverend decide to pit. Here in Baku. Dog is having a fairly clean stop. How about Reverend? Clean, but slow to let go. And he just 2-pit, actually. Hot Dogs comes out in 9th. Reverend down in 12th. Does lose a couple of places there, if I'm not mistaken, to Dog. They're still in that same DRS train. And this does spicing up. Poconaldo now in the lead with a couple of seconds to go on. And he is on a medium tire. Floof here could be cooking more than we anticipated. He's on a hard tire. Everyone who will be pitting is most likely to end up behind him. With the exception, of course, of Hippity Hoppity. So Floof could just have found himself as the kingmaker for this race. Which would be kind of insane. I do believe he is going to get overtaken now, though. And everyone is actually just going for the pits. Poconaldo, Harry is serving his penalty. We have Ty in the pits.
Oh dear, that's not
And
a good start.
Petrov, bad luck continues here with even a pit stop issue.
It's the Mercedes we see coming into box.
I just didn't expect anyone really to pit here. Did he just give up? Some unfortunate moments here. But yeah. Hot Dog is still doing very, very well. In 3rd now, Floof in 4th. This could get very, very interesting, honestly. Tekka pitted very early, is now up in 8th. Poconaldo in 9th with fresh tires. We'll have to see what Cosby, Floof, and Jasper does here. We're actually the only 3 cars that haven't pitted yet. Floof might get some more points in this race if we can keep this sort of performance up. I should say that if I wanted any chance of success, I know. The AI is bad at it. And now we have Cosby pitting. And Jasper follows suit as well. Faster lap goes to Nieto, and Cosby comes out in 14th, sorry. Jasper is going to be fighting for 15th. We're going to be a little bit too slow. And with everyone now having pitted, things are getting weird between the Alpine boys. They now can actually protect each other, which they like not to do. Tekka just let's go there. Floof playing the team game, I guess. Made it past Floof. That is just the main thing here, yeah. Making it past Floof and not getting taken out in the process. Yeah, Reverend and Dog are fighting. We have the 2 Alpes kind of doing their own thing, although Tenebox want to get by Floof here. I think he will get by Floof here. And what we are really waiting for is going to be the rain. Poconaldo down in 7 now, Nieto and Raptor is hunting him. Ty's coming in here too. And so far, no more problems with the engines. At this point, I think we are just going to chill till it starts raining. It shouldn't be super long now. Well, still, it's actually moving away. And Hoppity has a mechanical fault. The race leader has picked up a problem. I did say the RBs were quick around here, but with a problem, that might be a very different scenario. We'll have to see exactly what this problem is. Let us give a gander at what the problem of Hippity Hoppity actually is here. The engine Gonna go bang bang is his problem, as Hot Dog now takes the lead. If he is not gonna let him go, however, and honestly, running behind Hot Dog is actually a bad idea, because if you do, you are just gonna make your engine problem that much worse. Reverend, 4 seconds down the road. We have Tekka in 4th. We have Tenor Box in 5th. He's gonna try and catch Tekka. Canelo in 6th. Raptor 7th. We have Floof falling down to 8th. Ty and Nieto are both trying to hunt him down, while Harry, after suffering his penalty, is down into 11th here. All in all, things are been pretty tame so far this race. Pretty tame. Fastest lap goes to Raptor there for a while. We have a fault here on Nieto, meaning both the RB cars are currently suffering.
But the car's definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
Too low durability, running too hot. Not a good combination. We have a yellow flag here.
Yes,
Harry's bad luck continues here.
what happened there? So let's follow the action going into turn 12.
Basically looked like you parked it there, and then you bully the Alpine. Sorry, it wasn't even you bullying the Alpine. It's Nieto bullying the Alpine. But yeah, Floof getting just straight up bullied with those old hard tires. Not what you want to be on right around here, and Floof is kind of giving us an example why. But championship could still be blown wide open by the error here, particularly if it does escalate. That's going to be really, really bad for quite a few reasons. At this point, though, the rain should not be too far off. Moderate rain here in 9 minutes. And by the looks of it, we are going to be ending on rainy tires. To make matters worse, the second place and first place now both have mechanical failures. Otto picking up one.
It looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
And that is going to make things spicy. Puck is doing okay. Petrov has had some bad luck, but he's still leading the championship. Hot Dog is coming in to try and challenge, but the failure here is going to make things a little bit harder for him. Williams had a 1-2 last race. They have been moving upwards in the standings. They could still keep on doing that. But Harry here has had a bit of an unfortunate start to this race. 5-second penalty, plus a, well, minor crash moment. But it looks like he has survived with minimal damage. Hot Dog, which engine is going to explode first? Let's actually see what Hot Dog's problem is. And it is actually the engine. And Vaspek's mechanical fault also now escalates. Nieto's mechanical fault. Has he picked up another? I thought he had one. I think Nieto's picked up a second mechanical fault. A second fault has hit the RB. But yeah, the Saubers here are just not having a good time. And honestly, they should just heat up each other's car until those components explode and they can go home early. But yeah, Nieto here, picking up a second failure would be very unfortunate for Hoppity Hippity. Hippity Hoppity. Hoppity Dobbity. In the hunt of the Mercedes team. So let's just see here. Never mind. The spice is on. Red flag. Lap 24. First and second take each other out. Hippity hoppity. Oh my god. Dog locks up, crashes, and takes out Hippity hoppity.
It's not going the way the team had hoped today.
Mercedes, they're taking out their rivals. We are restarting here in the wet conditions with heavy rain coming 3 minutes in. Okay, this is going to be very interesting. Just want to see it before we get into this again. Did Nieto get a second failure? Yes, Gearbox and ERS now are both struggling. Jinx is so real. I apologize, everyone. Failure was my fault. Williams here. I see a familiar Alpine back there. What is that?
And it's lights out.
Good start for Reverend. Better start here from Tekka. Poor start from Tenebox puts him down into third and potentially even further down. Ty and Poconaldo have both benefited, 4th and 5th here. We have the Astons in 6th and 7th as the rain arrives. And Cosby is down in 8th, Nieto 9th. Harry has been promoted back into the points there, although dive bombs might take that from him. Now, the more important question here, with the expectations of rain being as they are, has anyone been dumb enough to equip the wet tires? Have anyone opted to do a moment of silence for Parker Petrov here and the Mercedes tactical wall? Who's got hot dog to try and take out his rival and put Petrov on the wet tires here. That is actually hilarious for the worst reasons possible. And the best part is we're holding up both Ferraris. Holding up Edster. And of course our two more unfortunate members here who are still struggling with those broken engines. But yeah, Inters for most here. This is basically just going to be a bit of a procession now. And we'll see how things go. Six Idos came in here, told me I jinxed everything. And then he realized he was actually the one who jinxed them down the road. Hot Dog being a pro, trying to save the Merc Championship, and Ferrari taking over the strategy department. I would hope so. Mercedes needs a new strategy department for sure at this rate. But yeah, Reverend has been able to create a gap. Tekka is creating a gap. Tenebox is creating a gap. Although Ty is trying to get that podium place back. And Poconaldo just has to hold out here for Raptor and Razak. All in all, this is still potential for more red flags, more safety cars, and it is, more importantly, gonna go dry again. Which is gonna make things even more wild. Must have Renault strategist? What do you mean? The Renault strategist is in second place right now. Renault strategist is doing good. Mercedes was supposed to fight Ferrari strategy, not join them. I agree. This has been kind of a wild adventure so far, and I can imagine it's going to get wilder. We'll have to see, though. As mentioned, we're going to speed this up, particularly for this rainy period. I don't see much happening here, although Poconaldo is in danger at the moment. Raptor is going to be willing to send that. So I think is Cosby here. Remember, Nieto has a lot of adaptability. It's not really going to help him here as he's on the correct time for the occasion. But once it turns wet, Nieto might actually get a lot quicker. Just going to spice things up a little bit here. Yeah, everyone's still very, very close to each other. It is just going to be one long procession. Edson might get himself a lucky couple of points there if things go his way. But yeah. Basically here, the bottom 6, unless we have an incident, I think unfortunately have been decided. Maybe even bottom 7 because of the choice of wet for Petrov. Might be a genius move though, but they've already been used a little bit. You just jinxed it? No, this time it wasn't a jinx, I promise. This Tekka was complimented by Nero, something bad will happen to him. Tekka is currently in the lead. What do you mean something bad will happen to him? It's not like Reverend is going to take within the next 2 corners and do a copycat move to what happened to Hippity Hoppity. That wouldn't happen, no. But yeah, Tekka has taken the lead here, and Alpine leading is something you don't see every day, but he has made it happen. It could have a Leclerc moment though. It now has changed to wet. Every Interrunner is on the wrong tire for the occasion. And we could see some fun incidents as a result of that. Need more chaos, we run out of weather once it gets to wet territory. Gotta go. Hopefully can come back. Watch the final race. Best of luck to everyone. Thanks for being a CSET. Appreciate it. Not gonna happen. We'll have to see though. Could still be more lockups. Nothing is kind of set in stone here. But yeah, if it stays as it is in terms of standings, we are going to be seeing Reverend here move closer to Petrov. However, if he wins, he is going to take the lead in the championship. Hot Dog and Hippity Hoppity have no way of scoring points here. Tekka might move himself up into a very interesting position here if he does well. With 2 races remaining, I guess it could be closer. And again, if Reverend scores a good number of points here, could be Williams versus Mercedes for the constructors. For now, we're just relaxing here on the rainy surface. It is going to go dry towards the end of this, probably the last 5-6 laps. And if it does, it's going to get spicy. Now, Petrov, on the other hand, who we probably should be watching, has moved up into 12th with his wet tires. We made a little bit of fun of him, but he is definitely making it work as he just gets pipe floof. And it is going to remain fairly wet for a little bit longer, aka 2 minutes. And he could potentially keep it going for another 4-5 laps here. Is he going to remain with the speed advantage? No. But we could see him move very much into the points here. And he does it on the following corner. Is he going to get dive bombs too on the straight here? He has so much more braking potential because he's on a wet tire, and he does. Now it's just holding off dive bombs and getting Razak. Then he can just start moving upwards here. Mercedes not giving up just yet. Togheter deciding that he wants to remain in the lead at the end of this race and going all in for it. In terms of the rest here, Fluke's not having a good time. Neither is Nieto right now. That damage is slowing him down. Harry is still somewhat okay after picking up his damage and penalty as the Spadlock continues. Jasper and David are also not having a very good time here, sitting basically second last, with both Schumacher and Vasbeck potentially being able here to decide who wins by when they crash or, you know, explode and create a safety car. Hello Jacob, this is just the first season. We're doing like an edited thing with viewers. It has gone to damp. Petrov's charge is now being put into question. And Cosby now is being punished with a mechanical fault. The misfortune continues. And honestly, I think at the end of this, we should have like a unluckiest driver vote. I think that would be kind of insane on its own. But yeah, in terms of drying up here, it is going to go full dry towards the end. Petrov needs a red flag now to remain competitive. The Interrunners can't keep going for a lot longer than he can. If it does get it, he is going to stay. Just a tiny bit of trouble here, as Cosby is ready to try and chase Raptor down. Should go to headstep on the unlucky one. Hello, it's just between me and Cosby, right? To be fair, that would probably... You would probably be a couple of the top candidates, yes. Cosby is still being held up by Raptor. Petrov is still just sitting where he is. And luckily for him, those tires haven't actually started fully disintegrating yet. But they will soon. Ty has somehow silently stuck himself up into 4th. Coconaldo has actually been able to hold on to a position this time around. So all in all, most of you are doing good. I'm wondering who's going to be the unlucky one. I'll take any victory this season, even if it's a basing one. Now you're starting to think like Floof, Edster. Now you're starting to think like Floof. Now, what is actually the problem here with Cosby's car? It is engine related. Okay. Oh, never mind. We speak about bad luck. The man, the myth, the legend peers over my shoulder and just says, engine failure. What's Ed's problem, though, in this case? What is his query? It is the gearbox. It has given up. Petrov is now starting to lose out. It's down to 3mm. His tires are going to start boiling away. And this is basically when everyone else will have a chance to come back and cause him some problems. We'll have to see how he holds up the cars behind. If Petrov can give me some space, that would be great, is the message Cosby has given you. And immediately, Brassic says, no. Disallowed. But yeah, we have dive bombs coming into. We have Neander down the road. We'll have to see how long now until it is expected to go fully dry. Probably another 4 laps is what I would estimate. 4 or 5 laps. And then we might be able to get onto a dry compound with the rain leaving basically in 4 minutes. By the way, do we all see who's winning? Yes. The one and only Taka is currently in the lead. But you need to remember, we are going back to dry tires at one point. And when we do, whoever's AI is the smartest can snatch the race. It's still a very, very close field, particularly for the top, well, 5 at least. 7 seconds. Top 4, 5 seconds. But depending on when pit stops happen here, we could definitely see some massive reshuffling of the pack. Red will win at last lap. Could very well be. We do have DRS towards the end of the race. Finally here, we have some movement going from Raptor. Cosby has lost him somehow. He was fighting him a couple of laps ago. Now he's 3 seconds behind. Pocanalo does get overtaken. Raptor is not giving up. Neither is Ty, trying to chase down that final podium position. Dive bombs in it too. This is kind of where we could get an incident. And everyone is pushing for position before the pit stops. As long as we don't screw up my pick, don't worry. Esther will take your pit stop problem for you. That's kind of why he is here on track, to suffer every pit stop problem under the sun, by the looks of it. But yeah, it is drying up now. Slowly but surely. And the top 5 are moving away from the rest here. Top 5 now. Top 6, actually. 10 seconds. 4 seconds, sorry. Ahead of 7 and 8. Pocanaldo gets his position back here, most likely. If he can stay on the brakes. He could not. Trying to get that 5th place back from the man who took it from him. But all in all, things are looking okay at the moment. No real movement backwards, but Pocket Petrov here. Yeah, unfortunately, at this point you needed to have gone to Inters most likely. It's a shambolic strategy. You should never steal an a Ferrari race strategist. That's usually a bad idea. In this case, we are seeing why. 1.5mm now. We should be starting to see pit stops within the next maybe 2 laps. And that is when the fun begins. As Pocket Petrov now is over 3 seconds slower a lap than the cars ahead. I think he's actually down to maybe 10 seconds slower than the cars ahead. He is. 10 second a lap lost. At the moment. Compared to the other cars. Ty gets a mechanical fault here in fourth. That is not what he wants before the end of this race. Makes things a little bit easy here for Tenovox to hold off on that podium. But Reverend has caught up to Tekka now. And the fight has begun. The track is now dry. I think we are going to be seeing Petrov just jump into the pits. I think we are going to be seeing some salvage jump into the pits. Maybe not, actually. We'll have to just see here. They stay out. What about Petrov? You do go into the pits. Anything else would have been an actual crime. And Reverend has taken the lead away from Tekka here. The arrest train is in effect, however. Tekka is unfortunate enough to keep up there. That poor adaptability coming to bite you in the ass, I guess. But yeah, Petrov has pitted. He's still going to be dead last after everyone else pits, unfortunately. But I'm curious to see how things are going to look after we get done here. Welcome back, David. And we have everyone going into the pits right now. The fun begins. Which madness can we expect here? Raptor stays out. Dive Bomb stays out. And actually, we have more people staying out here. Is that slow stop from Reverend? It is. Reverend having a pit stop issue here puts him down behind Tekka again. Tekka having a clean stop for once puts him ahead of both Ferraris here. That's actually the best time pit stop in the history, maybe, perhaps. Tekka comes out ahead of 2 Ferraris that are going to be a little bit of a problem to get by. They're not going to be a huge problem, mind you, but you have to get by them one at a time here, and as they are on inter-tire still, both of them, by the way. Peak Ferrari strategy. That's going to be rough. That's going to be very, very rough. Ty is currently net second. We have net third here for... Oh, I only meant to click once. For Tenavox. Reverend, after getting that slow pit stop, isn't currently net fourth. On a medium, he's definitely going to be pushing. Coconaldo net fifth. And I don't know what everyone else is kind of stacking up there. It's going to depend a little bit on the pit stops. But all in all, shame there for the Williams team. Alpines have a little bit of luck. McLarens have a little bit of luck. We should see the last people who haven't pitted pit. Dive Bomb stays out. Nieto stays out. Excusez-moi. Raptor here comes out in 9th place, I think. And we have Rasek holding off from Ari. But yeah, with that, I think the order has been sorted for the most part. Nieto is just going to keep on falling down. Dive Bombs is just going to keep on falling down. And Ty has actually overtaken Tekka at the moment. There are still a little bit of water on the track, which is causing some problems, for sure. And that is going to make a bit of a difference there, as Tekka now overtakes Dive Bombs. And Dive Bombs might actually hold up his own teammate a little bit. He'll give him DRS, yes, but he just lets him go. Very, very good. Are we going to get Ty a win here, or is Tekka going to take it from him? The others are potentially too far back, but Reverend could maybe get this if he goes full send. It's going to depend, and we have Dive Bombs, and we also have Nieto now, finally in the pits. They are not scoring points. We might get an additional floof point, however. That too is up for grabs at the moment. So after pit stops have all been completed here, Ty is currently leading with 6 laps to go. We have then Tekka, we have then Tenavox, Reverend, Coconaldo, Raptor, Ari, Tosby, Razek, and finally Floof. As is going to need to put in something special here to get more points, because he's currently 5 seconds behind last point scoring position. Raptor's holding fastest lap. This is going to be a race till the end. Coconaldo is not letting that Williams go. He's just trying to chase him down. And to be fair, Harry is trying to chase down the Aston Martin as well. Ty has also been one of the more unfortunate ones so far. So him winning as them brings hope that you might also win one of the last 2 races. Let's be perfectly honest there. How does my game look so sharp? I'm using a mod that just forces the game to use better graphics, basically, from the engine. It's called the maximal graphic preset, James. Ty just... We're lucky during the pit stops, I think. How is Ty P1? Pit stops, basically. So we might as well analyze Ty's P1 position here. It's tire history. So Ty here comes in Ty has been basically P4, P5 this entire race. So Ty, once we were done with the going to the Interseer, he was running around P4, P5 the entire time. A little bit anonymous, yes. But after the pit stops, we had Reverend have a very, very significant pit stop, pit stop error, pit stop delay. Tekka came out in first, Ty came out second, and just he overtook Tekka. It's as simple as that. And unfortunately, since the track isn't drying up completely, I think adaptability is still playing a small part here. We could still get something interesting happen if either one of the Saubers DNFs. But right now, Ty is looking to be in a very, very good position. Alpine versus Red Bull. William versus Haas. William versus Aston. Versus McLaren versus Aston again. There is a lot of things that can still happen here. Yo, what's going on? We're doing a viewer grid. One kid. Actually surprised I didn't catch that. No, as I said, Ty's been a little bit anonymous during this race, but to be fair, according to you guys, every time I highlight someone and tell them they're doing good, they get cursed and get sent to the Shadow Realm. So Ty, you better hold on to your trousers there and play it safe for the next 3 laps or so. What GPU do I use? I have a 4070. That was spent both with the help of you guys. YouTube money, basically. Okay, Tekka is back in second. We have the Williams here, moving forwards. Some breaks that are happening. Cosby is not giving up despite the damage. He wants to get into 6th position here. And who can blame him? It would be a nice way to finish this race. Could also be because it's 5 AM. That would make sense. That would make sense, Namitsuki. That would make a lot of sense. To be fair. At least I'm getting some enthusiasm and excitement back, so I'm getting a little bit better at keeping track of what's going on. A lot better, just a little bit, mind you. At least we are keeping up here as one overtake happens, a second overtake happens. And this is basically how it's going to be. They're just going to be switching back and forth here until we get to the end of this race. Tekka now back up. Reverend now back up. And Poconaldo isn't giving up, though. He's giving me a good fight. Same here is happening with Tekka and Tenavox. Question is just who is going to be the ones who causes problems. And we have Harry here, sneaking up after getting his penalty earlier. Up into 6th. The Williams here have decided that they want to be a part of this championship before the end of it. I'll have to see if I can get back to stream maybe a little bit earlier in the day, going into the future. I'm sorry everyone, that is so late. But I've just been busy during the daytime here. Yeah, Reverend Fort, we have Harry here now in 5th. Poconaldo is unfortunately getting a little bit shafted here. Ty has been caught, however, by Tekka, by Tenavox. We are looking at the last lap here. And we have mechanical failure for leader. We have a yellow flag as David has hit the wall, I assume. And picked up some damage.
And unable to do anything about that crash.
Unable to hold on, unfortunately. Crashed right there. But to be fair, weren't really in a point scoring position, so it's not going to have a huge effect. I don't think you damaged any components. Need to look at it from a positive note here. But Tekka and Ty now are going to have a little bit of a battle. Ty picking up failure. I know that... Did he have a failure to begin with? He picked up a failure now on the basically second to last lap. It's going to make things a little bit more problematic for him. We could also still see the Williams come heads to heads with each other at this rate. We've seen it before. We're going to see it again. But Tekka here is going to be able to try and launch an attack with this DRS zone. Tenavox has fallen out of DRS. Tire-wise, Ty has a small advantage. Is it going to make a difference, though? Pekka gets the overtake done, has fastest lap. Can Ty here get him back? He's going to have the DRS down this straight. Is it going to be enough to get the first place back? And the survey says yes. He gets the place back. There is still going to be one more drag race, but unfortunately he doesn't do the corner well. And Tekka just slides back into first place. I was going to just take a quick look at what is actually the problem the Ty is experiencing right now. It is ERS. And that is probably the worst thing he could have faced when it's just a one lap basically shootout between him and another driver. Reverend and Harry are fighting further down. Poconaldo is just waiting for them to crash each other out. The Aston drivers are potentially also waiting to crash each other out. Cosby is just chilling right back here, laughing. And Floof is currently sitting in the last point scoring position. I'm surprised that both Saubers have survived this far, honestly. And right now it does look like Tekka is just getting away maybe a little bit. Are we going to get anything here on the main straight? Or do we have an Alpine win? With what was deemed impossible. These are Renault engines here. 1-2. That should not be possible. Ty is coming back. Drag race to the line here. DRS for one car. And he is going to get it back. What about the Red Bull here? Unfortunately, couldn't get that. Ty gets the win back on the final stretch. Tekka comes second. We have a little bit of a kerfuffle there with the other two. But yeah. McLaren win. Ty beats Tekka to the line. Photo finish. Tekka unfortunately could not hold on. Even with the damage Ty got, he held on, got the win. Pennybox takes the last podium spot. We have 4th and 5th here for the Williams cars. Poconaldo with a decent finish for Haas. The Astons 7th and 8th here, after basically running in formation for a couple of laps. Cosby 9th, and Floof scores the final points. Petrov ends up 14th, and with this, Mercedes is now getting closer and closer to a problematic end to the season. Not gonna lie. Getting tougher and tougher.
Sometimes I think you just have
And we
to
can see
accept
Ty's
it's
enthusiasm in
not
chat
gonna
here
be
for that race.
That'll be quite a blow having to cut their race short.
And also some nice sportsmanship by congratulating him from the others. Renault engines first and second indeed.
How do you think they'll be feeling
They are
in the
winning
team
on durability right now. I'm a winner. Congratulations, Ty.
The driver really showed
Congratulations.
and there's
Every
quite
single
a bit
Renault
of
engine
work
car
to
got
be
in the
done,
points.
but
Did
they're
they?
well aware of that.
The reports of Renault's fall-off have been greatly exaggerated.
Well,
True,
everybody,
actually.
That's all from us here in Baku.
Shame that Floof isn't here to celebrate it with us.
A trip to the Sunshine State.
Feel bad for Tekka? It's a bit unfortunate, yes, but that is the nature of racing.
Miami Grand Prix.
I want to tank the team, everyone back to the factory. I want to tank my teammate Cosby. But yeah, Ty wins with 4100s. Dynavox back there with just 1.7 tenths. Pretty close fight here, and similar here with the Williams. 40 is the difference here. Thank me for finishing 9th. You're about to start a teammate rivalry here, Ty, by tanking Cosby. You tank the pit crew the most. Honestly, Haas is going to win the race when the pit crew doesn't screw them over at this rate. I can't lie, the fatal overtake at the second DRS zone gave Ty the win. Could very well be. Driver Championship now. Petrov is still very much in a healthy lead, but it's getting contested up front here now. Reverend up into second. Hot Dog unfortunately falls down to third. DNF to his name this time. Ty finds himself in fourth now. And Hippity Hoppity down to fifth. This could have been very, very different if Hot Dog and Hippity Hoppity had scored first and second place, to be fair. So, bad day for Mercedes. But for Petrov, it was actually kind of clutch for him. Constructors now. Williams is just 22 points behind. McLaren is 42 points behind. So if they keep this up, we could still have an interesting end to the season. Remember, there's still 2 races remaining. And the final race, it's going to be everyone's favorite race, Austria. Next up, we have Miami, however. That's going to be... it's going to be another interesting one, is all I'm going to say. Do we want to invest in Alessandro Dai? Sure. I got nothing better to spend money on. We're just sitting in the garage, after all. The best part is... Okay, I need a... Well, to be fair, I do simulate practice. Like, guess it makes sense. How do we pick up damage on the car when we do practice? Honestly, I kind of want to test this. Doesn't matter how much you do in practice, because we picked up problems right now just from doing practice. What if I manually do practice, keep the cars in the pits? We just need to do it for 3 races. To be fair, we do a lap. I guess that counts. Still just a little bit funny to me. Gotta go now. We'll return in an hour. See you later, Tixitos. Have fun. I just came for 5 minutes to ask how badly does the game hate me. Not that bad, actually, Edo. In terms of standings, you have scored points now. Not a lot of points, but you're no longer pointsless. And you did have a good chance scoring more points than this also. So it's just a bit of an unfortunate timing issue, more so than anything else. Where was it that he scored points? Was it Mexico? I think so. Let's see here. You got a 4th place in Mexico. And as you can see here, you were half a second of getting a podium. Half a second of a podium here. RB currently also has the fastest car, so we could see in Miami in 29 days, your luck might change. Yeah, it is getting a little bit interesting now also in the championship. For now, we are just going to move forwards this little month. If there are any questions or anything, feel free to ask them now, and I can try and give an explanation or answer them while I just click forwards for a little while. But yeah, it's been a pretty, honestly, it's been a pretty fun experiment. In terms of those who are interested in joining this experiment in the future, we are going to be doing different rules for different seasons. You will be building your driver, and we'll see who comes out on top. It's basically the idea. Vice the Driver Championship? No, I haven't done anything here. I'm innocent of this crime. I have done absolutely nothing. Taiwan, FL, Taiwan, Tekka came second. And we will see what's going on here. We have some contracts ending, but as mentioned, it's just a 1-season thing. I can sign some random people if you want to see where everyone ends up. I think the easiest way to do that is just to go through every person's contract and see if it's continued or where you end up next year. You scored points in Mexico, Nieto, so just so you know that. Very cool. Yeah, let's get the free engagement out of the way. 8 days until we go to Miami. I think this is when we use the editor to take a look at where everyone is, as it is the last couple of races, and then we'll keep it completely secret for Austria. Remember, the last 2 races here are dry, but let's see, does one of them have a rainy qualifier? Yes, Miami here is going to have rain in qualifying to shake things up a little bit. Could make things a lot more fun. Yeah, let's go ahead and we're going to install replacements like so. We are going to go ahead and save. And I'm going to override this one. Just need that backup. And I'm going to see here if I can get the database editor up and working again, because I have not actually prepped this. Where I have been not 100%, but it takes like 30 seconds. So it's not a huge deal. There we go, save has been loaded. Correct screen has been selected. Let's see how things go. So yeah, Neto, Hope you drop by if you can, but don't worry about it. I appreciate you stopping by and saying hi. See you later. Have a good day. Hope everything is good for you. But yeah, performance. Let us take a look here now. So Mercedes has currently placed themselves as one of the top contenders, but you can kind of see here, every team is basically doing very, very well, with the exception of our last race winners. Well, not our last, but, you know, the 1-2s in Mexico. Haas is struggling a little bit. You can see Haas is struggling a little bit here, unfortunately. Which makes sense then that they have great qualifying, and then they get absolutely screwed up by the pit crew and fall down a little bit. It's not 100% on the drivers, it is also a little bit on the team. That is unfortunately just the RNG of playing this game with the AI's development. All in all, most teams are pretty close. And if we take a look at the cars themselves, Alpine's number 2, Tekka, has the best car on the grid. I don't know which car Ty is in. I think he might be in car number 1. Let me check the notes here. Let me check the McLaren notes. Ty is in car number 2, actually. So he has this one. The Red Bulls should be doing a little bit better by expectations. But yeah, the Sauber cars and the Haas cars are not having the best time. I don't know if this might be a financial issue. We might need to give them more money next season to make up for that. But all in all, it is the current standings of things. And for some reason, someone here has been given the number 0. Second driver at Williams. Who is that? They've given Harry the number 0 here. But yeah, we'll have to deal with this later on. But that is how things are standing right now. It is actually a fairly not too bad of a spread, honestly. And I am tempted to do this next project with the minimum stats and see how big the spread gets there to kind of get a better idea of what we can expect. Or you can make a video on how you made all the custom commands, and if I can do it in the free version. Basically, all of this is made in the free version, CAFL, with the exception of changing the engine's freezing mentality. Those are the 2 things you need the edited eye to show you the online editor for. There is not really any custom commands here. It's just putting in the stats on your own. You can do most of this, as I mentioned, with the free version with relative ease. That is Harry, yes. At least being asked about not the worst car. It's just currently accepting reality and realizing why the pain is there. But Miami is up. We're going to have a wet qualifying. I don't know if BK is going to make it into Q3. We'll have to see how things go. Okay. 2 races left on the menu tonight, boys and girls. I think there's 1 of you, maybe. 3% of my audience is supposedly female, so most of us are boys. So I'm going to say boys. If you feel offended, I apologize. I mean it in the nicest way possible, trust me. And yeah, let's just stop it there before I get weird. Offending people is not something that I like doing, so I try and avoid it as much as possible, as you probably have realized. But yeah, we're just going to send BK out of here and see how this goes. Off topic, but how do you have 1.5 million race target? It's because of shorter calendar. Shorter calendar is affecting it, yes. Minifix, but you can have basically 1.5 million race target without it. I've had higher race targets before in a full calendar. So it just depends on the sponsor package you pick, straight up. Okay, everyone is coming out here. Ty is continuing with the damage he picked up from his win. Taking it for a celebratory lap here. I believe both Saubers now have fresh engines. That's going to be good for them. Saubers are going to have a little bit more oomph here. Tekka finished 2nd. AKA you finished 2nd. I beat you on the line. There was like 4100s between you. So you were very, very close to each other. Yeah. Go back in the stream and take a look. P2, yes. You got photo finished by Ty. Literally. You had the lead for most of the final lap until he got you on the with the photo finish on the line. I see Ty is not happy with the AI not changing his ERS. I thought I'd just go over this again for other people too. But the AI doesn't really like changing components. And you can kind of see it here in its purest form. I had damaged ERS, 26%. I don't remember... Well, to be fair, you, Ty, might not actually have an extra ERS. Because you crashed a couple of times at least. You had a red flag in Mexico. I could see you maybe already being on your second ERS. But yeah, they should still have changed it for this one, to be fair. Yeah, Tekka, you got P2. Oh, Tekka can't actually believe this. He thinks we're messing with him. Yeah, let's take a look here at David. Fresh, nothing, unfortunately. You're still running that old engine of yours. That's going to suck. We are also most likely going to get another run here, as you can see towards the end, but that's going to be a little bit difficult. I am curious now, with everyone having done their first laps, how are we stacking up here for the Saubers? Saubers are good for the last couple of races unless they crash. Vaspec isn't. I do not know how and where they found this engine, but that is atrocious. Showmarker should be fine. The Hasses here should just prepare themselves for more pain with those stats. Unfortunately. So currently, Q1, we have a bit of a yellow flag here as Rasek has crashed. I believe that is rear wing damage too.
Oh, and that's a pretty big impact there. But
that is a hole in the rear wing.
It's always good to see the driver emerge
but yeah,
unharmed.
Light bombs puts it first for the time being. Harry second, the two Ferraris third and fourth. Hippity Hoppity gonna try and get himself back in that championship fight. Tenavox sixth, Maspec seventh. We have Reverend in eighth, Hot Dog in ninth, Cosby in 10th. Nieto in 11th. Rasek with the damaged rear wing. I can't see him getting through this. We are going to need the cars behind him to improve for that to happen, though. Petrov 14, not really making the most out of the opportunities currently. Ty 15th. Raptor 16th. Loof and Tekka coming down from the high from last race, finally to 17th, 18th. Same as Pocanaldo and Edster, unfortunately. We have 4 run here for Showmarker, unfortunately. Let's see if they do a second run. It is going to get a bit wetter the further we go. And everyone is kind of shaping up here for another run, so we probably do need to do the same here with BK. Just to see the next qualifying session. So we're going to go ahead and do just that. Take manual control. We're going to go full push here. This way we should not be causing problems for anyone. Hopefully. I hope. But in terms of who is starting lap first, it might cause some problems here for Edster. I pray that does not happen. It should be okay. In fact, we might get in trouble with Edster. But let's see now how things go. We have, I believe, David Raptor. First run here up to 15th. That is not good enough. David does not really improve. Oh, we have some changes. Petrov is safe, I would think. Both the Red Bulls improve. Hippity Hoppity puts it up top. Can Edster improve now? On this run. Up into 18th ahead of his teammate, but that is not good enough. Everyone now on an in-lap. I don't think we are getting any improvements here. It's going to get even wetter, unfortunately. Currently, Ty, Edster, Pocanaldo, Floof, and Tekka in danger. That means I'm carrying Alpine on my own. Floof did score 1 point last race, Tekka. So, he's helping whatever he can. But yeah, basically. Let's see if we can get another run. But it's very interesting that both of the previous cars here, previous winners, if you will, are now in danger. I mean, 170 millimeters on track. We are not going to be seeing any sort of improvement here. It's just not going to happen. I don't see anyone changing positions at all. Almost down to 2 millimeter now. We did the first quality laps here on basically a 1 millimeter track, which is a bit of a shame, as Ty finds himself not in the best position, and I have no idea how Rasik has survived this. Survives with a hole in his rear wing. That's insane. Oh, my team is sabotaging me. Where's anywhere here? You can't even make this up, Ty. Ty, this is your punishment for complaining about the team. Immediately, mechanical fault.
And as far as we can tell, they've got
Another one for the collection, if you will. Yeah, the game kind of does that quite often, to be fair. What is it? Is it? I don't even know if it's CRS because I think he got it after he finished the lap. I can't tell if that's orange or yellow. He's gonna come into the pits, but yeah, we'll have to see. You might start from the pit lanes here, Ty. I'll have to see in terms of the damage, but yeah, both you and Tekka. The 1-2 last race out in Q1. Rain not being your guys' best friend, let's just put it like that. I do believe that I'm not going to make it to Q3 here with BK, and next race weekend is going to be even worse since we're not developing. So this could get pretty bad. We will just see here. A lot of cars actually waiting with setting lap times. A lot of cars are holding up others. That's a lot of... Oh. Am I seeing a Mercedes parked on track? No, it's just holding up everyone. Look at this. This is where you lay over the radio from actual F1 going traffic paradise. To be fair, most of these guys are on out laps. It's not a big deal. But now Petro is going to have to try and make his way through this mess. Look at this. I should have done this a lot earlier, but as you can imagine, that's not good for your lap time. And here, we have another one. Here comes Reverend, trying to make his way through traffic paradise. The time lost here is insane. Remember, the two cars ahead here are both on out laps. Reverend is going to be like 2-3 seconds off the pace here already. Yeah, Miami, kind of bad for this, particularly when a lot of cars go out together. Reverend actually did a lot better than I expected him to. Nieto was the one, actually one that got hit the hardest there, alongside Hoppity. Yeah, Reverend actually did surprisingly well. And now he can take a little bit of revenge. Look at the cackle of cars. All going for quality at the same time. All of these guys are going to basically have the same lap time. What? Revenge me? Reverend. Oh. Back at this, change the damp. Schumacher is currently in the lead. We have Jasper in second. Sorry, not Jasper. Raptor in third. Crosby fifth. Maspec 6th, Diebomb 7th, Petro 8th, David 9th, and then we have Tenavox 10th. Just half a tenth ahead of Rasek. So the Williams need to find a bit of pace here. The RBs definitely need to find a bit of pace here. Same for Dog. It's getting a little bit interesting as Crosby runs wide for his cameo.
And nearly, just running wide. Perhaps a little lapsing.
Yeah, this could be very, very interesting now. We are getting to the point where we are going to have outlaps. And Rasik is the first one to pull the trigger. Harry is the second one. Nieto third. And because they pulled this trigger so early, there's going to be a lot of cars in the way. Track details is basically the best time to do this, though. And I don't know. Do we send BK out or do I stay in the pits and not cause any problems? At the risk of not getting Q3? I honestly don't know. There are a bunch of outlaps here. We have Nieto as our first fast lap. And we have Harry. Just started, basically. Razek. We could take advantage of this gap. I think that would be safe. And that is exactly what we are going to do. Okay, Nieto. That's his fast lap now. We are going to take manual control if we do get caught up here, so we don't cause any problems. But yeah, let's see what we can do with everyone. Harry puts it first for the time being. Nieto second. And can we get any more improvements from other cars? Razek is third at the moment. We have purple sectors here from Hippity Hoppity. We have Petro up into first. We have Hoppity with 3 purples, putting himself back up top. We have Schumacher improving. We have Jasper improving. We're basically everyone improving here. Vaspek even taking that middle purple sector. Could we get a Sauber, bit of a Sauber show off here, if you will? We find Tenebox in 4th. We find Jasper in 5th currently. We have still a lot of cars improving. Vaspek here goes through the line. It goes into 2nd. And we have David in 7th here. A lot of improvements. Dog is 9th. He's now in danger from Cosby. No, Cosby's out. Raptor's out. We're basically the only one. We could not improve. We'll have to simulate the last quali here. I believe that is the end of it, which it is. And it did get closer towards the end. Hoppity gets back into it. Vaspek puts himself in 2nd somehow. Reverend 3rd. Petro 4th. We have Showmarker in 5th. Tenebox 6th. 7th for Jasper. 8th for David. 5 bombs in 9th. And then Dog manages to get something done. We'll have to see how the simulated quality 3 goes, though. Cosby, you're throwing. I was stuck behind 2 cars. What did you expect? Let's see where we actually start here with the starting grid for everyone. Jasper puts it on pole. Reverend is now 2nd. Vaspek 3rd. We have Tenebox 4th. Hot Dog with a penalty to serve is 5th. Showmaker 6th. Bomb 7th. Hippity Hoppity is now 8th. And Petro is 9th. So kind of a reverse-ish top 10 here. Well, somewhat reverse-ish. That's kind of insane. For the bottoms here, no penalties at all. So the Mercedes here still has a lot of work to do. We'll also have to see if Harry here can get back up to top and give Williams a little bit more of a helping hand with the constructors. Hot Dog has a penalty here. Yeah, remember, you locked up, or Hot Dog locked up, crashed into the wall, and took out Hippity Hoppity last race. Hence the penalty. The penalty didn't get served because DNF. So the penalty needs to be served the following race, which is this one. So the penalty makes sense, don't worry. Nothing nefarious going on here. Gonna be a cloudy race, nothing special here going on, so we are just going to park it in the pit lane, like we usually do. And we should be the only cars parked in the pit lane, so everyone else should be starting on track. We'll have to see if anyone can cause some problems.
The anticipation. Here we go with the Miami Grand Prix. And it's lights out. And
Lights out and away we go. We have found Ty squished in between us. I'm sorry, we're going to get back to racing in a second. This is just too funny. Ty has been put in the pit lane. The team gave him what he asked for. I assume he's been given a fresh ERS since he's squished in between. That's the only way that this makes sense. And we'll see here now as Jasper leads us away. But Reverend gets an amazing launch here and just immediately takes first position. Tenebox also gets a really good start. Gets into that final podium slot. But it looks like Vaspek is going to be able to hold him off, perhaps. Unfortunately for Never mind. He actually managed to hold him off. Insane that. I was so sure he was just going to slide through on the inside. That was in 5th and 3rd. We have Hoppet in 6th. Dive Dogs in 7th. And we have Dog and Petrov 8th and 9th. They do need to move up a little bit over the course of this race. Still plenty of time to do it. David in 10th. And then Cosby in his most common position, 11th. The world is a weird place. I don't know how you end up in 11th so often. But it is quite impressive in its own right. But yeah, in terms of the first lap here, we don't have much going on. This is Miami. It is another drag race, basically. And that is kind of what I'm expecting here. Cosby is trying to get into the points, however. We'll have to see how that goes. Neto is also moving up very, very early here. And Reverend has already got 1.3 seconds on Jasper, so we'll have to see how this pans out. Everyone is on the exact same compound, which means pit lane is going to be an absolute mess again. Someone is going to lose out big. Let's cross our fingers that this time it's someone other than Haas. Ty is indeed last because they gave you a new ERS, I believe. So if we take a look here at Ty, you have been granted your wish. An ERS and a pit lane start. But you should be good now unless you crash for that final race. And the Haas immediately start off here with a mechanical fault. We did predict this. The AI did not somehow. That is just the unfortunate reality of the situation right now. The rest trains have begun here, and that should see us have a lot of the top teams get back together. I'll see if the top 3 can get away here, or if the DRS is going to get the job done. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of passing and repassing for the next 10 laps or so. I am going to go ahead here and fill up my bottle. I'm also going to put some honey in so my voice doesn't die. This game would be more fun if we can play a co-op online Grand Prix. I would love that too, Chang. I would love it. That's what would make this game complete to me, because you could use the editor to iron things out, create challenges with a save file. Then we can have, you know, 10 people take 10 teams or 11 teams. And that would also be a lot more fun. Oh no! The Mercedes supremacy has been put on hold, as we've had an incident involving Hot Dog and the Ferrari. This time though, it wasn't Hot Dog's fault. Hot Dog was innocent of this crime, unfortunately. I guess the RBs hired Ferrari to get vengeance. But yeah, that is 2 cars out already. We have a safety car. And that is very unfortunate. But yeah, that is probably going to be you starting from the pit lane, Hot Dog in the final race, unfortunately. Because with that speed, I don't think you have a gearbox anymore. We take a quick look at your car though. So David's car, pre-crash. David decided, I am getting a new engine. I'm getting a new set of components next race. I want to win. And just took himself out. 30% engine. And in terms of Hot Dog here, what are we looking at? Brain fart, where is you? There you are. Hot Dog had fresh components. He was set until he got assassinated. And that does suck. So we'll have to see how bad the damage is in Austria. The only positive thing I can say is that it should hopefully only be the engine that exploded. But that is straight up just a pull shot. Why are we P2 and P4? How did Showmarker do in Azerbaijan? I believe you guys were dead last, both of you. Both the Saubers were dead last in Azerbaijan because you had major failures from basically lap 5 and so. We have pit lane madness beginning already here. Everyone is pitting under this safety car. The Saubers are going to double stack. The Red Bulls are double stacking. Who is going to have the cleanest stop here? Sauber is good. What about the second Sauber? Second Sauber is good. We have Jasper getting 5th here. Reverend holding on to 3rd. Canabox up into 4th. Sauber 1-5 right now. Petro up into 6th. Why is my camera doing the boogie? Opity in 8th. Bombs in 9. Cosby is no longer 11th. He's 10th. Nieto has taken the questionable honor of being the 11th driver on the grid. So everyone is moving a little bit upwards. Raptor 12th. Edster 13th. Flew 14th. I don't know who got screwed over the most during these pit stops. But Ty, you still unfortunately lost. This is a good time to grab some food. Yes, that is true. Does that mean we have good components? Not really. So AFN is under the delusion that the AI should switch out their components. We have a 35% engine on Vaspec. Showmarker does have fresh components, however, so I'm just pulling your leg a little bit. But yeah, half your cars are doing okay at the moment. Yeah, safety car now. Everyone pitted. Do we have 2 hard drivers? We have a hard driver and a medium sandwich. This is going to get kind of interesting. I assume... I don't actually know how this is going to pan out, really. It is a hard tire sandwich with a medium filling. Showmarker is in a very, very good position for winning. But it remains to be seen. It is Miami. We could get a red flag at the wrong time. We could get another assassination attempt. Anything can happen here. That's the scary part. The bad part, though, is that there are going to be potentially some problems in Austria. I'm wondering how many cars we're getting in the pit lane there. If we do get destruction mayhem this time around. It become very, very interesting. Okay. Restart underway. Good start here from both Aspec and Jasper. They get away from Reverend. Good start from basically everyone. A couple of slower ones down here, including Floof, who, again, is just a defense merchant. But all in all, we got back underway without any big issues. Jasper is taking the lead here, but it's very, very temporary. And once the DRS comes into play, it is just going to be back and forth between these two. And as they are just juggling possessions like this, I could imagine that we are getting another yellow flag. Rasek has crashed again on his own, very similar to what he did during quali. No safety car, however. Hello, Craig. How you doing? He is going to hold up Ty, however, just for good measure. Ty picking up some more bad luck here, alongside Poconaldo, which honestly I thought wasn't possible. To be fair, the time loss though shouldn't be significant enough that it's going to matter for your race, so you'll be fine. But for Rasek, that is a very, very unfortunate time crash right after the safety car restart. Yeah, we'll have to see how this goes. Jasper and Vaspec are going to be running together. We'll have to see if Reverend can keep up. But right now, it's just going to be one big DRS train again. And we'll just have to wait for it to kind of sort itself out a little bit. Although, Jasper just runs away with it. 2 seconds ahead of Reverend. We've seen this before. We've seen them get reeled in again. And I think that is also what we'll be witnessing with this one. LKC, how you doing? Yeah, we are going to allow time to speed up a little bit here, because as I mentioned, this is a DRS track. There are going to be a lot of overtakes back and forth into corners and with the DRS here. But the main players' positions are going to change hands, and then where the race is going to be decided is probably going to be in the pits. And that is a little bit problematic. Let's just put it like that. We are getting a bit of a fighter out front now. 3 cars. We do have both the Saubers also going to try and get into this mix. The Williams is moving upwards, and Petrov has the unenviable job of keeping the Mercedes stream alive at the moment. Needs to keep Reverend away from the win. Need to keep Harry here from not scoring too many points. Because if it stands like this, we're gonna have 2 cars equal, or 2 drivers equal on points for the final race. We're gonna have basically 5-6 drivers here that can fight for 3rd place. So it is getting very, very close here. As the constructors, Mercedes and Williams would also be square on points. So we might actually get a closer fight here than what we bargained for. But it is going to be quite reliant on Petrov doing well here, while Williams doesn't do super good. To be fair though, Mercedes had a brilliant start to this season, but they've been very, very unlucky in the second half. Meanwhile, Williams have had, so far, a brilliant second half. So, kind of cancelled out a little bit. But yeah, we can see the gaps form between the top 10 and the bottom 10. It is just what it is. And right now, the bottom 10 here are going to have problems, or bottom 8 are going to have problems catching up. They are already 6 seconds behind. 5 seconds now. But if they DRS in a proper way, they might make it, but it's going to be rough. It's going to be really, really rough. Unfortunately, I will have to sleep after this race ends. That is fine, Cosby. Thank you for being here as much as you have. And it is still a little bit of time until the race ends, so maybe I'll play it in 1x. Why is it every time I watch this, Flu is at the rear always? Do you mean Floof? Floof built a meme build for his driver, so it kind of makes sense, to be fair. Floof loves a good meme build. I don't think Reverend is getting away. Hey, he has broken out of the DRS, but all that's necessary is for just, well, someone to push and get him. In this case, Kennewick's was the man for the job. Fastback is falling down here, and it is understandable why. Sauber did not give him a new engine, and he is struggling as a result. Schumacher is doing a lot better with the fresh engine, so again, not too surprising. Poconaldo's fault has escalated as he races his teammates side by side. And Rasek is still running that damaged front wing. And you have to question, why don't they pay them fix that? Do they not have an extra front wing, perhaps? Are they not going to be able to make something happen? The hards do suck, but the question is, what else does the AI have available with 17 laps to go? He's going to be getting this back once he goes to the mediums himself, I think. But yeah, it's still time off away. Red flags, safety cars could all cause issues. Raptor now with a mechanical fault. I wish I could change AI logic in changing engine components. Maybe we'll up the durability next time around so it isn't this much of a problem. But upping durability has its own problem in the sense that if I do up it, anyone that crashes will be extra screwed. Nieto too with a mechanical fault, and we have Rasek finally finding his way to the pits. Soft tire, new wing, ready to go again. It was the only time he had. Give me time there, I'm trying to keep people together so Harry can catch up. That's true, he has already caught up, however. And you are catching up a few more people here, including Hoppity. And very soon, Petrov is going to be part of the catch-up train. So you are creating a little bit of a problem for yourself as well. Is it possible to just force the AI to swap components at halfway point using the editor? I've never tried to do it use for that part here. But we can take a look at it. We can for sure take a look at it, and I think I can boost worst case scenario. I can just boost durability. Like, we can say that minimum durability before a race is, I don't know, 60% or something like that. But even that wouldn't really work. So we'll have to take a look at what we can do. Maybe buff durability a little bit more. maybe give everyone maximum cooling, that sort of thing. There are some potential fixes that aren't super intuitive, but could work. Ronaldo is the second car into pit after the safety car. He is going for, I guess, some undercutting here. Goes to a soft tire, which means another stop guaranteed. And we could be seeing like 3-4 stoppers there, potentially. That was his second stop. Travis just been in 10th for some in the last lap. It's just chilling. It's just chilling, to be fair. Yeah, Pocanaldo, Razak has been the first guys to pit. In terms of tires, Hoppity now decides to pull the trigger. The R cars on 30%, the R cars up to 47, 50%. So there isn't much you could do. Cosby complained, immediately pits. And Hoppity has a little bit of a slow piss over there. But he does still keep the position ahead of Cosby. Edson now is stuck between the two French tires. We'll have to see what Hoppity can do here in terms of getting up the grid order. Again, in terms of what we expect here for pit stops, 21 seconds. So for Hoppity to put himself in the lead, he needs to gain 3 seconds here by the time the leaders do pit. And is that possible on a soft tire? Yes, very much so. Schumacher decides that pitting is a good idea and joins in. Same here for Raptor. Are they going to have clean stops, however? It's going to be the big question. We also see Tekka coming in. Bad stop from Schumacher. Raptor is not doing much better, to be fair. Both of them had pit stop issues. What about you, Tekka? Pretty clean. But yeah, Schumacher here had a pit stop issue. He is now in trouble. He needs to make up 7 seconds to get back up towards the top. That is really, really bad for the Sauber team. Not what they were looking for with the pit stop at all. Who is the next ones to pit? Tekka picks up a mechanical fault as 1 and 2 decide to pit together here. Let's see it. Are we going to get a clean stop for the Red Bull? Yes. Are we going to get a clean stop for the leader? Yes, comes out ahead. Clean stop there for the Mercedes. Clean stop for the other Red Bull. What about Nieto? Is he going to be able to get out of this cleanly as well? Petrov had a clean stop. Everyone else did. And Nieto too with a clean one. What about Edster? Is it time for him to get absolutely cursed by the pit crew once again? Or is he finally saved because he's not in the points? They gave you a clean stop, Edster, for once. You should take a picture of this and frame it on your wall, I guess. That is kind of insane. But yeah, we have some damage here that is starting to build. We'll have to see what they do. But in terms of pitting here, we have Reverend still net first, Tenwalk second. Cosby is now probably net third by the odds of it. He is. And you complained, you moved forwards. You do have to deal with the floof now. It could be a bit of an issue. Could be a bit of a problem here to get by. But if the rest doesn't pit here, you are going to be fine. Floof actually gets out of the way on his own here for you. And he is going to be coming out basically out of Edster, I would think. Alpine 2 with a clean stop here. In terms of the top 4, they all need to pit at one point. High is going to go long. Pray for a safety car. Red flag, anything like that. And everyone below him has already pitted. It's just the top 4 left. And let's face it, they've been undercut. All of them. Harry, when he pits, is going to come out basically at the end, tall end on the points. Jasper is going to come out even further behind. So yeah, let's see now with these 3 where they do end up. Williams, can you have a clean stop? You can. What about Vasbeck? Kind of clean. Jasper had a okay stop too. Can't really be too upset. And Harry actually came in out in a lot better position than I expected. But yeah, the Saubers have been shafted to the pit cycle, down into 8th and 9th. Not really much we can do about that situation for them. Ocanello has also absolutely destroyed his tires so far. One of the weaknesses of the Haas. But yeah, Ty, when he pits now, he is going to be 15th or lower. So hopefully his strategy, I would assume he's going to go in a medium here. If he does, he can try and hold off everyone else. Because everyone else, with the exception of Reverend and Tenovox here, has decided to go for a soft tire. They need to pit again. The mediums can survive, but I think they too are going to go for another soft tire towards the end of this. So if Ty can hold them back or just run DRS with them until these tires explode, I could see some potential for doing a medium till the end. Played a little bit cheeky, perhaps. Oconaldo's mechanical fault has become terminal. The question now is going to be, is it one that is going to have him retire? It is the gearbox. He just passed the pits. That could be pretty bad. For Tekka, the failure he is suffering is also gearbox, so he could face a similar fate very, very soon. That would be probably a little bit unfortunate for him. But yeah, can we? Let's see it. Can Oconaldo make it till the pits? I would think it wouldn't be a problem. But if it breaks down, it is going to be a safety car. He makes it to pits. No save that time, unfortunately. Although, to be fair, at this point, it wouldn't be a save anyways. But yeah, Ty currently running third. Still, the last car remaining that hasn't pitted. Is falling further behind. Not really much you can do about it, though. But the top 9 here is actually really, really well matched together. Cosby now is going to try and overtake his teammate. And honestly, Ty should just try and let him go here. That would make the most sense. Look at all the cars running this close together. Basically 3 sets of 2 through these corners. It is beautiful. But yeah, Ty has decided that he is not going to get out of the way. He's going to be a problem. And that is something that Reverend is very, very happy about. That is something Tenovox is very, very happy about. And Ty just decides to pit now. 27 laps, if you go to a medium tire, should be doable. And we could be seeing the absolute best strategy here being put into action. We will have to see. Rev can win the championship. It's been very, very solid today. But yeah, Ty comes out in 15th. He's going to have a lot of work out of him. But if you look at the tire difference here, Tenovox, Reverend, 70% left. We have 30% advantage here for Ty. Soft tires do need to pit. If he can just forget it 6 seconds before everyone starts pitting, he's going to be at the tall end of the train. Fast left there for Reverend as he catches up Tenovox here. Creating a bit of a gap down to Hippity Hoppity and Showmaker. They're just going to be DRSing off each other, similar to 2 cars ahead. And there are some gaps now starting to show. Petro needs to get a move on, unfortunately. But it looks like that isn't happening. Harry is playing the role of defense here for the Williams team. They can maximize points on the Mercedes. Blue full tire. Tire in my car, please. Tekka, honestly, the best scenario for you here is that the gearbox explodes. No, sorry. That's not the best scenario here. The best scenario for you here isn't actually that you retire. It is that your engine also explodes. That is actually the best scenario that I could give you. That is actually the best scenario in this situation. But apart from that, not really much we can do here. Again, just a big DRS train. We have 2 of them. Vasbeck is going to get involved here with Hoppity. And we have the red flag I was expecting. Rasek has crashed out, and Ty's entire efforts go down the drain. This is changing things up in a big way.
And there's the contact.
If Rasek had done this 5 laps ago, Ty would have been dancing and would have bought him a new car.
And just like that, the hopes of the...
That's very unfortunate. That's also right before the pit sequence begins. which is worrisome, because as you can see here, tie on 88% tires versus basically cars on 50 is unfortunately a gamble here that did not pay off. Tires curse came a race later. I guess you're not wrong, but still. Tires curse popped up a race later. Is that what we are going with, eh? Oh, that is a terrible start there from the Red Bull. He's going to be able to hold up to Saber though, and because Reverend didn't have much better start, he's actually still safe, Tennerbox. Actually still safe. Opti 4th, Maspec up to 5th here, or retains 5th. Cosby is falling down like a absolute rock here. Down into 7th, now down into 8th. You have fresh tires, I just had to double check there for a second. Down into 8th for Cosby, Jasper 9th, Dive Bombs 10th, Raptor 11th, tied 12th here with the unfortunate timing of the red flag. Floof 13th, Nieto 14th with a little bit of damage, Edster 15th, and then we have Tekka, who is currently praying that both his engine and gearbox explode together, if anything. In terms of tires, Petrov had gone for the very interesting choice of a hard tire. With the RS, this might be the best choice, honestly. It's not a very great tire around here, but it could get the job done, honestly. We have 4 medium runners. And if we take a quick look here at the tire history, the others were at 50%, and what we did run here, to say hippity hoppity, got on it around lap 2021. I think we did 13 laps. They were at 50%. They used 50% of the tire in 13 laps. They basically have 20% usable tire to spend 7 more laps on. We could see here that every car on the soft tires might require another pit stop. So the ones currently running mediums, both Williams cars, Fastback, Tenavox, as well as Petrol here on the hard tire, and even Nieto might win massively from this red flag. But yeah, the tires are going to make things a little bit problematic here. There are going to be punctures. There is going to be pain and suffering for everyone on the soft tires. And the best part is, the soft tire runners are going to be pulling the others along. But yeah, 22-ish laps you can if you run conserve, run light even. But the way AI uses tires, it's going to be difficult. They've already used 10%. Even the medium runners have done that. Hi, is there a way to create a new team and swapping it for an existing team? No, unfortunately. The create a team database editor is only with 22 cars. Unfortunately, Cuba. But yeah, we're going to get back into this. Right now, it is a DRS train. It's going to remain a DRS train probably for a while. We're going to keep an eye on it and see how the cars stack up, particularly as degradation gets more evident. Petro is going to have a bit of a poor start to this, but once he gets able to start pushing those out a little bit more, he's going to start building more and more advantage. And I could definitely see Petro getting a podium here with ease. So we might have the Mercedes Masterclass we've been waiting for coming here. A little bit of Mercedes bad luck finally going their way instead. Dive Bombs with a bit of a mechanical fault there. It's just a light one for now. That is 10th place. Potentially being a little bit more open now. Saubers are still going to be trying everything they can here. They haven't scored too many points. So it would be nice to see them get on the podium again. How did I get so many DNFs? Well, I retired 2 cars voluntarily. Dog and Pack here crashed into each other. Coconaldo had a mechanical failure that caused him to DNF. And Rasek spun out on his own. So, just bad luck. Really, more than anything else. There's really only 4 DNFs. We've been up there for so long, but Battleaxe and just killed you. To be fair, Showmarker, Showmarker should be fine. Showmarker has a fresh engine. Well, not super fresh, but fresh-ish. Still one that can compete. Aspect is going to be the concern, the issue, if you will. Yeah, for now, again, basically going to settle in. 25% of tires have been used for some in 5 laps. We are getting more pit stops here. There's just no way we're not. Like, look at this. It's just one big DRS train, basically. And if we look at the tires, the medium runners have used more than some soft runners. These guys could have played it very, very safe, but at this rate, we are going to see the medium runners pit alongside the soft runners. This is the AI on steroids, and Floof is just chilling back here. Dive Bombs is chilling. Petrov could do something really, really insane here with 12 laps to go. Fastback is falling down mainly due to the engine. There's just no way around that. Showmarker up into first. We'll have to see if we can hold on to that. But we're getting a very, very close grid here before the last race of the season, I think. Question now is just, can Petrov close down to the cars ahead again? We have Edster pitting as the first one here off the soft tires onto a new set of soft tires. And that's going to be what Petrov has to gamble for here. Is everyone pitting off those tires? And even the medium runners are going to have to probably do that. They've used 40% of their tires in less than 10 laps. They only have 30% usable tire left. And when I mean usable tire, basically the way that the game works, if you are new, below 30%, you lose a huge amount of speed around the track. And once you go below 20%, you're basically guaranteed to get a puncture within a lap or two. Which makes things very, very difficult. McLarens are still chilling in the points. Iptiopoly is not going to give up this up without a fight. And Tennox has been up front a lot this year. He's not new to this. There's a bit of a gap down to 4th though, and Dive Bombs is currently slowing down both the Williams cars, which is going to keep things a little bit spicy. And in terms of the current standings, if they stay as they are, we're still getting a grandstand finish with 4 potential winners. If the constructor standings stand like this, we have 3 potential winners. The last race, it could be an absolute firework. Petrov is in fact going backwards, and he's going to end up having to pit it with the rest if this goes on. But he has more time to work on, so I hope the gamble here is just stay out. Just stay out, not pit. Allow the rest to take the risk here. As Raptor hit the wall.
Now this, I think, was at turn 13. Oh, that's where they hit the wall.
Just gets it in there. Yes, Petrov came in a little bit scary in those mirrors. He made himself a little bit too big. But yeah, Petrov is going backwards. I think it's just that he's been falling out of DRS too easily, and that is causing him some problem with maintaining both tires and staying with the cars ahead. If he'd been able to stay within DRS, it would have been a completely different story, I would dare say. Iptiopoly would need this, would be a huge confidence boon before the last race of the season. There are just a few laps remaining now. Petrov with a mechanical fault is not making his job any easier. I'll take a look at what that fault is once we get to the finish line. That is not what he needed right now. There is still some gaps forming up front. I'll see how that works out. And for Petrov now, the damage that he is nursing is going to be that gearbox. Gonna need to get a new one. It is in fact the gearbox that is causing you some grief right now. 26%, however, the AI should be kind enough to give you a new one. So I think you might be set for the last race at least. That's really all we can hope for. Gearbox has been my issue for the past few races. I just don't have an acceleration. Yeah, it is a problem here. So I'm going to take a look at the... Oh, and stuff with the mechanic fault too. There we go. Pit stops are starting here. Raptor is coming in. We'll have to see now. Everyone is kind of really managing the tires. Yeah, Raptor comes in, get new tires, get new front wing. Keep things going here. But in terms of what I'm thinking, what we do in future seasons, Parker, if I can mess around with the individual components in the editor, is that I think I will allow drivers to swap durability. Basically, if you have an extra gearbox that is 100% right now, before this race, I would allow you to swap them around. So gearbox 1, the one on your car, has 100 durability, and gearbox 2 has 26. I think that, if we can do it, would be a good way to solve this. That way we take away from the AI's RNG, and people can kind of plan around their components a little bit. It's going to be a little bit more work, but it's going to be more fair and more strategic too, to be fair. Problem is just going to be if you can't be here live to change your components around. If the Opity takes the lead, and that is going to be huge. We have Schumacher in second. He's also keeping up. There is a lapping going on right now, I believe. Is it? Or am I mistaken? I might have been mistaken. Reverend and Harry do need to get a move on here. All in all, it's not as bad as it could be. We are getting at least one puncture, I would say. I would believe that we aren't having that problem. Hello, Tenebox, how you doing? You are currently running for a podium finish. 2 laps to go here, and you have basically the same tires as everyone around you. This is going to be very, very interesting last couple of laps. Red Bull Championship incoming is what we're hearing here. I wouldn't go that far, but at least you will be able to fight for it. But you'll need to have a good result in Austria too for that to happen. Yes, Red Bull's home race is going to be our season finisher. It's written in the stars. Well, currently, if things stand as they are, you will need to score 32 points more than Mercedes in Austria to get constructors. That is a bit of a tough ask if you ask me. How is actually Rap doing back here? He is 2 to 3 seconds quicker than those around him, which is not going to be good enough to get back in the points, unfortunately. It's a little bit stuck back here. How is this lap looking with 3 laps to go now? Still 3-ish seconds faster, 3 to 4. Tenebox here has arrived and caused a safety car. And that ends this under the safety car. Man literally woke up and jinxed himself.
And ends up making contact with the barrier. And that won't do their confidence any good.
This is the quickest jinx that we've had so far. Man said he was been awoken, and then 2 minutes later, out of the race from a podium position, confident of getting the championship. That spices things up a little bit here too. Hoppity gets most likely to win. The question here now I have is anyone gonna pit? Are we going to be seeing any of these cars pitting? Red flag instead, please. Sorry, it's too late. From the depths of last to 4th. Yeah, Ty has once again silently made his way up to 4th. I don't understand how he pulled this off. Witchcraft, I tell you. But yeah, he's pulled off something that he shouldn't have been able to do. No one is going to pit her, I think. It just doesn't make any sense. Another incident? No, That should still be the safety car. It just flashed yellow there when I clicked, so I thought we had another one for a second. The excitement never stops. But yeah, no one is pitting. I think the order is going to remain as it is. It's still going to get us a very interesting end to this season. Final lap is going. Hoppity is in the lead. We are going to have basically just a procession here till the end. Hippity Hoppity is going to take the win here in Miami. We are going to get Schumacher second. Dreamt on a win, taken away by Red Bull. Dive Bombs gets third. Ty somehow snatches up a fourth with a pit lane start. We have Harry in fifth, Cosby in sixth, not 11th. We have Reverend in seventh, which is definitely going to be a bit disappointing. Petrov in eighth, Basbeck in ninth, and Jasper in 10th. Now, it did say safety car is ending, but you aren't allowed to overtake until the finish line anyways. And we are on the final lap of the race, so it's not really going to make much of a difference. Bluth gets an 11th place finish. Raptor gets 12th. Nieto 13th. Edster 14th. Decker 15th. After almost winning last time out. And yeah, it's not been a good one here. Race control. Safety car deployed. What happened now? I think the order is the same. Did anyone lose possession now? Because that was weird. Safety car deployed announcement.
Sometimes I think you just have to accept that it's not going to be your race.
We've took my spot. And I will do a new one probably next weekend. We'll have to see. Most likely next weekend, as I will have some time this week to mess around with it. But we will have to see here. Ty somehow made it to 4th place this race, starting from the pit lane. Reverend had a bit of a miserable time here, lost 5 positions. Petrov is going to be happy, not overly happy, but at least he's going to say okay to this result, I think. And if we do take a look at the Drivers' Championship, Hippity Hoppity has finally dethroned Parker Petrov. Ty has also chucked his hand into the championship here, being 10 points off the leader. And Reverend now needs to make up 13 points on Hippity Hoppity to be equal. Well, it's going to be important here. There is going to be 1 point to whoever starts pole. But this is getting very, very spicy. And in terms of the constructors here, 10 points separate Mercedes-Williams. McLaren is a little bit further down the road here. And they are going to need, well, let's just say a lot more points. 26 to be exact on Mercedes to equal them. And as such, I think Mercedes needs a good performance from Hot Dog here. Needs Petrov to stand up. And that would be a good idea. Might be able to watch quality, but I have to sleep soon. I will try and be quick, Cosby. I do want to check one thing, though, so we're going to save. But not really do anything with it. Manufacturer Railway, so I actually get to race weekend. Spielberg is in 46 days. Austria is our final race of the season. Then we'll see what we can do. Can I get a Merc engine? No, you picked Renault, my good sir. You will like your Renault and you will eat it up. You must eat your Renault now, Ty. It is what you've decided to have for breakfast. But yeah, I'm gonna take a look here. We're not gonna do it this time around. But I am thinking for future runs of this that I am going to see if we can edit individual components. And if we can edit individual components, I think I will allow you to have me swap them out using the editor. That way, again, strategy comes into play. It should make life a little bit easier. Honestly, I'll take a quick look at it now while it loads. I'll be a little bit in my own world. That just shows the parts. That's not what we're looking for. We are slowly making our way over here. Sorry that I'm being quiet. As I said, I want to see if I can do what I am saying, but it looks like I can't find it at least. So if anyone knows where to find it, feel free to yell at me. Attributes. That is just people. Could compare drivers versus drivers at the end of this too. But yeah, for now, performance, I can't find it. We can edit engines, we can edit cars. It looks like we can't edit individual powertrain components. It might be hidden in here somewhere. But for now, I can't really find it. So we'll take a look at it later afterwards, I think. But yeah, everyone, the Renault engine did make a comeback basically because everyone else's engines are exploding. And they still have a little bit of durability to go on, I think. Which is wild to me. 5 days until we get to Spielberg. We are going to allow the car performance here to be a little bit of an unknown. And we are going to see what we can do here. I will ask the database editor if our wish is possible. But yeah, we are ready. We are still semi-11 tire preservation. Race targets have been set. Let us see where everyone stacks up. I watched quality, but I will sleep after. I never get cocked out before Q3. That is fair.
Hello and welcome.
Okay. Need BK to do a good thing here because we have a weak car compared to everyone around us. I'm just gonna accept that this needs to go that or that way, so we'll take this. Is there a trick to get more DNFs? Lower control, lower accuracy generally. Low engine cooling. Basically, Biohei, that would work. Yeah, final qualifying here in Australia is underway. The championship has just a couple of points separating the top two. 13 points separating top four. And in the constructors, just 10 points separating Mercedes and Williams. And Williams has been on a roll lately. Let's see how everyone stacks up in the final dry qualifying of this year, in the final race of this year. Already BK is a lot behind everyone else, which is not surprising. Nieto is still running damage. That is not great. And the same can be said for Edster. That is not what we like to see here. Mercedes here, dog, is doing good, but there has been a crash in quali. We're starting quali off here with a bang. Jasper gets locked up to, gets attacked by a Haas. That could be his, well, gearbox gone.
As for the team back in the garage.
And qualifying now has had a little bit of a hurdle. Poconaldo has been the aggressor on this one and probably is going to receive a penalty to match the abuse. Did I get a new gearbox? Let us see if the Mercedes here got a new gearbox. We're gonna have to wait until you actually do a lap. But yeah, there has been a penalty handed out for Poconaldo. That is an unfortunate start to this qualifying for both the Ferrari and the Haas driver. And if this is gonna be a hint of things to come, it's gonna get quite spicy. Why did they drop F1 Match 25? Basically, finances. And what is more What is more peak than Floof getting a mechanical failure before the final race of the season? What could be more Floof than that? Tenderbox in first here at his home race. Tekka is second at the moment. Rasik third. Nieto is fourth. Reverend fifth. David seventh. Dog eighth. Cosby ninth. We have Dive Bombs in 10th. Ty 11th. Harry 12th. Esther 13th. Then BK. Then Floof. Hippity Hoppity needs an improvement here. He is leading the championship, but both him and Petrov here needs better times. Both of them are still in danger. In terms of the gearbox, it is fresh.
We've got a yellow flag.
The engine is relatively fresh. They have given you the best things you can do here.
Right, let's have
Petro,
a look as we
best
go into
chances.
turn 4. And the controls lost. And that certainly wouldn't have been...
Raptor unfortunately putting himself in a terrible position there with that lockup and spin. But yeah, Petrov here needs an improvement. He has fresh parts. Well, fresh-ish. The ERS is still pretty low, but should be okay. We are going to need a new round both from him and Hippity Hoppity. Ty, Cosby, and David are going out together. We have the Saubers performing. We have the Red Bulls performing. Tekka in a 5th place here, which should be illegal. But yeah, we need to see now. Wait, is Petrov still in the pits? He is still in the pits. Hippity Hoppity is starting his fast lap, I believe. Let's see if the current leader can get out of Q1. Parker Petro had just started his out lap too. We'll be following both of these guys to see what they can do here. First, we'll see if Hippity Hoppity is going to improve. He has had a green sector 1. Askus out of the way. Green sector 2. I think he should be okay here. Hoppity up to 13th. That might not be enough here, but there are damage on 3 of the cars below him. I'm not saying out BK another time, so honestly, he should be okay. Now, in terms of Petro, he has just about started his own lap. Raptor is also improving right now. We have Poconaldo and Jasper out, but the damage should be too much. Cliff isn't really improving. And that is Hippity Hoppity safe at least. Is Petrov going to be safe? Why am I leaving again? Because you are driving an Alpine car. You know the rules, Tekka. The Alpines are illegal. Nothing more than that. Nothing less. It's just a silly joke because of you being an Alpine driver. Petrov puts it in 3rd, showing strength from the get-go here. EK is out. Raptor is out. Floof is out. Oconaldo and Jasper is out. So we will be simulating the rest of qualifying, which could make things really weird. To be fair. Just made it indeed, Barker. I see you were a little bit worried. These are so fun how I joined them. I'm probably going to make an announcement, probably Wednesday, Thursday next week. But until then, I need to figure out the rule set for what we do next season, quote unquote. It'll be on my Discord. Can you give me a save idea? I don't know. What are you looking for? Okay. Let us see the qualifying 3 results here. And we have penalties for a lot of you. 3 penalties here. 10 of 10 box. David and Nieto has penalties. Hot Dog is starting pretty high up for Mercedes here. He's going to be starting pole, I think. Ty is going to be starting front line with him. Tekka and Harry, 2nd row. Rasek, Reverend, Dive Bombs, and Nieto with a penalty there. Petrov 11th with Hippity Hoppity. They're starting side by side here for this one. It's going to be kind of funny. Cosby, unfortunately, ends up 13th here, as 14th, Vasbeck, and Schumacher couldn't do anything in a simulated Q2, apparently. Bit unlucky. Good night, Cosby. Thank you for stopping by. It was fun having you here. Have a good night. Something really hard. YOLOs and everything in Create Team. Create a team, edit it, put the AI all on 5-star facilities, maximum money, maximum cars. You start on lowest and see how long it takes you to catch up. That's going to be actually pretty hard. And if you want to make it harder, online editor, ultra lightweight. You can also try something like that's called an impossible difficulty in external editor BUI. But really, just test it a little bit. You can now save presets. There are a bunch of things you can do to make it more challenging. You can go with the weaker drivers, things like that. We'll have to see it. Nero, recreate the whole for this year's season. What do you mean? Holy, I did. DNF? Are you going to DNF? I wait for AI cars being ran with ultra lightweight components. We might do that in future. Again, this is mostly just a test to see where we end up. I already said the next time it's going to be most likely this next weekend. That's not 100% set in stone, but it's probably something I'm going to do in weekends instead of weekdays. But yeah, this should make for an interesting final race of this season. And I'll answer any questions regarding if we do this again, things like that at the end. I'll also give you guys a little bit of an idea of what we would be doing with the next idea that I have to make this a little bit different and still quite fun. There are going to be different rules AFN next time around, so what worked this time might not work next time. It's the idea. Record hold grid. Honestly, I might do that in like a video at one point, but that will not be today. It might be tomorrow or Tuesday. Okay, finally get locked in here. Sorry, we lost a little bit of momentum here with my rambling.
Final chase.
Austria is coming.
Are ready. The cars are ready. It's the Austrian Grand Prix.
This is
And away we
lights
go.
out indeed. And I did not start from the pit lane because I am silly. Let's just immediately retire and get out of the way of the others. We have a couple of other cars starting in the pit lane, however. But yeah, we're going to just run this first lap and then park it up, and then we should be okay. So, Dogheter keeps the lead, take a second. We have Harry in third, Ty in fourth, which he's kind of been in quite a lot these last couple of races. Might bring some good luck here. With David fifth, Tenowok sixth, who was hoping for a Red Bull kind of return to glory here. Reverend 7th, Petro is now 8th, 9th for dive bombs, and Hoppity is 10th. Esther and Nieto are both driving in 11th and 13th. With damaged components, Cosby is 12th. We have some bad luck here for the Ferrari that is dead last at the moment. Luckily, he locked up and didn't take anyone out, so that is at least positive. But yeah, unfortunately, the Salbers, who have been doing pretty well right now, are in trouble. Cosby, as he went to bed, his driver to completely blacked out and just sent it into the gravel. I pray that he has gone to bed and didn't witness this. But yeah, Cosby there with the little last bad luck of the season. Because it needs apparently to be added. Ty, what? Tekka and Harry are just flying. What is this? Soft tires versus mediums, apparently. But yeah, they've already gained 4 seconds on one of the shortest tracks of the calendar in less than 3 laps. This is the 3rd lap, so Harry has definitely put something illegal in his car. Has to have done. Look at the pace difference. Harry is motivated right now to get Williams this win. Fastest lap at 106.5. No one is even close to that. Look at this. 109s, 108s. What is Harry doing? Harry's just flying. Perhaps, but I'm never definitely going to kick Sauber again. That's fair. I mean, if we've helped out again? Probably, yeah. I don't mind. I appreciate the help, particularly with just vetting the people applying, at least. Dog just got that dog in him. Yeah, Dog's not having a good time right now. He has decided to fall back and protect his teammate instead. Mercedes have given orders here to protect Petrov from Hippity. Harry can still get the championship theoretically. If we have some interesting incidents here, let's say a Mercedes taking out the other Mercedes, we could see some very, very interesting changes here. And right now, well, as it stands, Mercedes has 1 point on Williams. This is going to be a very, very interesting end to the year, and Harry is full sending it for his team. If he can keep it up, it's going to be up to Reverend to finish the job. And the question is, can he do that? As Petrov has somehow magicked his way up into third. We looked away for a second, and now Petrov is third. What? Today we are looking at Petrov. We are looking at we're looking at Harry, and we're asking ourselves, which one is going to blink first? Which one is going to blink first and be unlucky? But it's a good start here. Ty has lost a couple of positions, no longer in his beloved fourth. Hippity Hoppity is still in this. Difference in ties here, I think, for the top 5 versus the lower. But let's be honest, they have to do medium or hard at one point, and that is going to be the chance for Hippity Hoppity here to come back and take the lead again. Harry is losing a little bit of time now. The others can DRS train and kind of catch up that way. So nothing has been decided here. Needs to be said. Petrov is falling also back down. He's down to 6 now, so there is a lot of volatility here in where they are placed. Basically, 3-4 cars go into corner. You can go from 3rd to, in this case, 6th pretty easily. So that is kind of what he's dealing with at the moment. This is going to be very, very interesting to see exactly how close it gets. As there could be the deciding factor here. He's most likely not going to score points there with the mechanical fault. But the mechanical fault could be, as Tyne has a bit of a moment here, runs a bit wide. Or gets run wide, I guess, is more like the option here. As it could be the Kingmaker, depending on when his car explodes. Let's take a quick look here. How is this car looking? It is the engine, so he can go full boom here at any given point. And right now, he is holding up the cars in the bottom half of the grid here. Luckily for both the championship contestants, they are not part of that. And also, both Mercedes cars and both Williams cars are not part of that drama. As Tekka now takes the lead here. Mechanical fall for Hippity Hoppity is not what you want to see.
But there! Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
That is, that's a bit of an issue, and we'll have to take a look at what it is. That gives Petrov definitely a bit of an edge here. Definitely a bit more of an edge than we maybe expected. Question now is, what can they do about Tekka? He's running away. And for Hippity Hoppity, it is a gearbox issue. That is actually going to slow him down massively, and we're already kind of seeing that. 2 seconds off the top 6 now. That is very, very unfortunate. We need Foxy to hold them all up to reattach the DRS trains. In terms of tires, Tekka has kind of burned his in order to get this lead. So we'll have to see how long he can hold up. Excuse me. Yeah. See how long he can hold out for. Or he inevitably gets caught here. The question now is it going to get sent to Sand Realm? No. David just gets the overtake done very, very easily. Harry is still in it. Keeping up here. A little bit of a gap down to the Mercedes at this point. Hippity Hoppity is finding his way back, with Reverend being a tad slow here, unfortunately. Are you burning? It's just you're both slow. Oh, I love the Tekka rage for what his team is doing. To be fair, it is amazing. Tekka just yelling while you burning your tires, the Boso, to himself here. 35%, 10% less than anyone else. Tekka should be the first to pit here. Vasbeck and Poconaldo as well as Nieto can do the same. Tekka is going to be in prime position to be our first pit lane candidate. Hi, the partner fighter spawn director. It is fine, Tekka. Don't be so angry. Oh, Mercedes tries for an overtake. Petrov back into the podium places here. And right now, it is looking massive advantage Petrov. Reverend is not doing what he needs to do to keep up, unfortunately, and Williams do need him to perform here. Performed very, very well this season. Can't really fault him on that. But for this one, we need a little bit more effort, as Tekka has a clean stop. Nieto is coming into. Is he gonna have a clean one? Pretty much. Held up a little bit by the car in front. But yeah, all three stops are fairly clean, which is a rare occurrence when you are driving a Haas. But yeah, all in all, good start to this race. We'll have to see how Tekka handles the traffic here. You have Floof as your next challenge up ahead, Tekka. Then Edster as the final boss, I guess. Don't count the tortoise out of race yet. Is there any chance of Red Bull Master Class? It could be. We'll just have to get the dive bombs there to speed up a little bit as he is falling behind. But the Mercedes here are probably going to put the final nail in the coffin as we finally get the Red Bull in here. Clean stop from him. The Ferrari pit crew just evaporated. Clean stop, I believe, from all three of those cars. Let's see if Edster can get a final clean pit stop here. Actually, clean pit stop. Jasper is also pretty far down here, but this kind of sets Tekka free if Floof would let him. And Floof is not letting you go, Tekka. You're gonna have to earn that one. Harry actually pulls the trigger in pits. Rasek with a bit of a dark horse move here. He's 50% left on his mediums. Clean stop for Harry. But Floof is coming in right now. Is he too gonna have a clean one? Basically, yes. Clean also for Cosby. But yeah, Rasek coming as a bit of a dark horse. Saving a lot more time than anyone else. Still not too far off the lead. That's unexpected. That is really unexpected. I'm just staying back until two Mercedes take each other out. That's fair. Hippity hoppity, clean stop. Petrov with a slow stop, though, basically puts them back together again. The fight will not end. Hoppity gets hit with a failure. Petrov gets hit with a slow pit stop. And once again, there is a fight on their hands for this one. That is very, very unfortunate, but it makes things a bit more exciting as Dog now comes in. Is he too going to be absolutely disappointed in the Mercedes pit crew? As it turns out, he is. He really, really is. As we now have a yellow flag, just very temporarily. Vasbeck ran wide. Okay. Dog comes out behind his teammate. The constructors now lies in shambles. They have to make up a good 14 seconds to take her. And, of course, to Harry. Another 12. This is going to be very, very interesting now. Did we hire the Aspid crew? You must have, yeah. John Late, what's the standings? It's very, very close there, basically. Currently, if we look at current standings, let's take a quick look at that. Slow things down here as Diebombs come out at 18. They do still need a little bit more work there. Rasek still needs to pit, but he is currently running first. Everyone else further down has pitted. And when he pits, he's still going to be in the top 10. So he's actually doing a very, very good job here with his tires. In terms of standings, as they currently are, it's a draw. But Hippity Hoppity will win on race wins, I believe. We do also still have a lot of chances. As you can see, there are 5 potential winners. So we'll have to see who draws the longest straw here. And in terms of the constructors, currently Williams are pointed to win. Mercedes has a 10-point advantage. Williams scoring 11 points more than Mercedes is enough for them to nail that championship and take it home. Yes, Williams needs to outscore Mercedes by 11 points. Right now they do, because Harry is up in 3rd. And Petrov and Dog is down in, well, 7th and 9th. Of course, Reverend in 6th is helping too. But the heavy lifting is being done here by Harry at this moment. Holy cow, I just looked at Miami. The one time with pressure's turned to the max, I don't bottle. Thanks for another win. Yes. You're welcome, I guess. Tekka and Harry are fighting. And honestly, at this point, you'd want your drivers to play a little bit safer. Because management is going to be key. And I'm wondering what Rasik's going to do here. Is he going to do like a... He's going to do a one-stopper? 50 laps on a hard? That would be amazing if he did. Yeah, we'll be seeing a lot of back and forth here. David is also now playing gatekeeper a little bit with Reverend. But yeah, in terms of now, things are just going to get very, very interesting. I think at this point, though, we just speed things up a little bit because it's not much we can do. Dog has fallen back a little bit here. He needs to beat Hippity Hoppity for his teammate. That's going to be his goal. And for Petrov here, it's just getting as high up the order as you can to minimize the point loss to the Williams crew, who is now flying down the road. For the rest of you, there is a little bit going on here. Of course, personal glory for Tekka, personal glory for Tenavox. We'll have to see Dive Bomb improve quite a bit if we want to see a Red Bull upset. David is doing his usual self, just chilling and winning. And we finally have Rasek heading into the pits now. And we'll see what he does here. He goes to the hard, and that is actually kind of interesting. Dog now got that speed in him. Fastest lap. Probably going to get Raptor now on the next DRS, and then he can start chasing down the cars in the top. Basically first his teammate and then the rest. But yeah, Edster and the Haas boys have generally not have a good time. I apologize to you guys for Haas's misfortunes. Floof's build was not the best, but he was entertaining at least. He is where he's usually been, unfortunately. Jasper had a tough luck in this one. Same with down bombs. Vass, Beck, and Showmarker. Unfortunately, I think if we did a manual call, you guys would be better off right now, as it is just basically a big DRS train. Cosby had that lockup. Rasek has done something very, very cheeky. We'll have to see that works out. And of course, the damage for a lot of you guys isn't the best right now. Harry is back in the lead. I would have won the Drivers' Championship if I had a better engine. Can you imagine Alonso Ty going like that? Like, I would be winning the championship now if you gave me a better engine. Tekka and also Red Bull has not given up here. With the back and forth, and also now David getting into the mix. Remember, David has already killed someone in Miami. Could we get another assassination here from the man, the myth, the legend? I don't think we're going to get it, to be fair. And it's all a joke, so don't take it, I hope you don't take it personally. It's also the AI, so you're not really doing anything yourself. Renault equal GP2 engine. Basically what Ty is saying, yes. Nobody has been banished to Shadow Realm yet, but we're getting very close here. I think Edis is going to be the first victim. But look at how close these guys are running. There's no way we don't get someone banned to the Shadow Realm at one point. Either grass or somewhere. Petrov is also catching the top 4 here. We'll have to see if Dog can either get by Raptor and Reverend, or if Hippity Hoppity here is going to be able to turn this around and chase down Petrov. Right out, not a lot going on. Yellow flag from dive bombs, unfortunately.
Things look fine here.
Give Harry all your upgrades. That's an honorable way to go, Daniel. That is a team player right there. Nieto's mechanical fault has escalated. He is now a driving bomb. Basically, he could cause a safety. Never mind. It's his ERS. You're safe. You've actually been defused just now. Nieto's ERS is about to give up. It's not gonna DNF due to it. You can drive without your ERS. So things are still looking good, as David has actually found his way up into the lead. Petrov's caught up to train. Raptor's gonna catch the train. We're gonna get a top 9 train here going again. As we are getting close to the final set of pit stop, Tekka has once again forgotten that he needs to keep his tires alive. They are absolutely destroyed. Dog has a mechanical failure. That is going to make life a little bit harder for the Mercedes. Hippity Hoppity asks, who did I touch together? Exclamation mark. It's a mechanical failure on your gearbox, Hippity Hoppity. A mechanical failure, unfortunately. But yeah, Tekka is going to burn his tires. Reverend is going to burn his tires. Hoppity has a mechanical failure, as does Dog. Which is going to make this a little spicier. Championship is going to be very much decided by who finishes first there. But Parker, as long as he finishes on the podium, he is going to take this, unfortunately. Hippity Hoppity has just 3 points advantage. He needs to do a bit of a better job, and they need Parker Petrov to finish far down the order for anything to happen. Is Tekka going to be the first man into the pits? He is, in fact, going to be the first man into the pits here. Decent enough pit stop. Probably not the best we've ever seen. But it is slow. It is cursed. And Poconaldo has found the wall as Tekka finishes the slow pit stop.
Yep, it's the Haas that's affected there. Now this
Told you Poconaldo could be Kingmaker. And right now he's decided that Tekka is not going to be the king. The Alpine hatred runs deep, apparently, and he decided, no, not you. Okay, so let's go over here. What can Tekka expect from Poconaldo's shenanigans? Because everyone here, with the exception of Rasek, actually, is in pitting range. And Rasek, if everyone pits, is going to go up into first. That is just a settled case already. Now, in terms of the expectations here, 22 seconds lost in a pit stop, but with a virtual safety car, it's just 17. Yeah, Rasek is perfectly suited here to go up into the lead. And for Tekka, well, if we go up 17, you're just behind Rasek. And look at this man, takes the opportunity immediately, so does Petrov. David decides to stay out. Tenok decides to pit. Raptor stays out. Dogs pits. Hop pits. Reverend pits. Clean pit stops need to be on the menu now for all of these guys. Hard there for first one. Clean pit stop. Petrov was actually faster clean as well. Hippity hoppity. Your tire is going to be my property. Slow there. Very slow. Slow enough that Reverend gets out ahead of him. That is not great. I think that puts Petrov in a very, very dominating position. Fastback pits. Cosby is coming into pit. We have Showmarker coming into pit too. Okay, that was clean, but I'm pretty sure Showmarker just pushed the other car out of the pit lane. I think that is what happened. And Dive Bombs here is currently living in fear of getting lapped. To be fair, the gap here is wrong, so I think he'll be okay. I think it's Jova. We'll have to see. Absolute cinema. Also, game for other teams having worse abilities. If everything is equal, it would mean better performers. Maybe not, yeah. Please let them pit man, put the kicks on top. Didn't work out that way, unfortunately. The kicks barely moved. We got the script? Not me, unfortunately. Clean double stack. I want a rematch. I love that. Just I want a rematch. I do not accept this result. You're currently on a podium position, Ty. Although you did elect to stay out with David, Raptor, and yourself. So virtual safety car is ending. We have Floof also deciding to stay out. Oh no. Floof is staying out with Tekka behind him. As if Tekka's luck couldn't get any worse. Slow pit stop. Virtual safety car. Now he has Floof to contend with. We'll have to see though how the top three are going to handle the faster cars coming up from behind. That one's going to get interesting. I demand a recount. I'll give you a recount, Ty. If you finish where you are right now, you'll get shared driver champion. To be fair, Parker will win on more podiums than you, but you'll be there in spirit. So you need to do this and fastest lap and have Parker be where he is, and then you will be up for the challenge. But yeah, you're gonna need to put in a little bit more effort to get that done. Petrov just sat fastest lap to prove a point, and Reverend took it right back to prove a different point. But yeah, this is getting a little wild at the moment, I dare say. A little bit of a hopper in this race. We could have more safety cars causing problems. That is probably what the top three are actually hoping for. Safety car, red flag. Either of that would be acceptable to them. Petrov is now up into 5th again. He's gonna probably get 4th here with relative ease. Well, because DRS. Let's be honest. He's not gonna get it just because Harry's there. He's gonna get it because DRS. And that is, if he finishes, going to be enough, I think, to hold off the championship. If the Opportunities fault here is kind of taking the fun out of it. Wish we could have avoided that. So I have decided that Petrov will be cursed here with a fault. No, I haven't really. I'm just hoping that the Jinx will work once again. That would be peak, actually. But I think that is not something that I will be granted for this one. We needed this during the 2024 Norris vs Max. Currently, though, it is looking very, very good here for Mercedes. The Williams can still cause some problems. But for Ty here to take the championship win, he's going to need to go P1. And that makes it life a little bit difficult. Fastback's mechanical fault here has escalated, just to add insult to injury for the Saubers. And we now have 2 actually, bombs running around the track. Could explode at any given time. Hot Dog's fault? I guess it got fixed. So, minor faults do have a chance of getting fixed. As you can see, he only had it for 4 laps there on the gearbox, and then they managed to repair it. So they have fixed it. Calling them bombs is crazy. It's major faults. They could cause a safety car at any given time, AFN. It is actually very, very close to actual performance in this game, to be fair. Vasek is still holding on here, but David should be pitting relatively soon. Same here for Floof and Raptor. And David is actually coming in this lap, and he should be falling down to basically behind Floof, which is not a good place to be. Williams cooking with the car in real life and in the game. True. Very, very true. Up behind Tekka here. Edster's mechanical fault has become... The bomber has been defused. He's heading to pit lane. I assume he is going to retire. The house is here. Double DNF. We give them a small round of applause for their efforts and wish them better luck next time. Haas has definitely not treated them well. We can only pray that if they decide to participate again in future, that they get treated a little bit better. That is what we will be hoping for. Yeah, Petrov is basically about to take the lead here. We have Harry trying to keep up. Rasek is still here, also on older tires. Dog's here. Hippity Hoppity isn't that far behind. It is still kind of anyone's race. But we do need Reverend and Hippity Hoppity to close that DRS gap. And getting bullied off like that is not going to help him at all. Blue finally finds his way into the pits here. And with it, get medium tires till the end. Blue is coast, however, so since he just pitted, someone is about to crash within the next 3 laps. It is the law. It will happen. This one asked, do seats get filled up quickly? This time it took like 3 days to fill up the seats, Sanjita. It took like 3 days, so takes a little while, yeah. It's an interesting idea. I kind of want to do something like this with my community. And tips on a good way to set it up, or just get simply customizing all the drivers. In our case, we set up rules for how you could customize your drivers to make sure everyone had about basically equal setups. Banish them to the Shadow Realm. Yes, that is usually how it goes here. That is a very common occurrence, unfortunately. The question is any of the top 10 are going to get banished to the Shadow Realm? But yeah, let's take a look at my Discord. There's a pinned thing in Drive application if you're curious. Feel free to check it out there. We are currently in the final race of the season. 20 laps to go. 19 laps to go. And we have a fairly close fight here, although Parker Petrov is looking to kind of dominate this one. We need Hippity Hoppity to get into this one. Also a little bit of pain and suffering for everyone else. And in terms of tires here, I think they're going till the end on these hards. This is going to be a DRS fight all the way till the end. Dog is now playing the absolute wingman here. Unless... Oh! Is equaling out Petrov with a mechanical fault.
But the car's definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
Sometime next week, once I've set together the rule 10 box, I'm going to do some different rules for next season. Just got to see how damage did I crash. A lot of people have mechanical failure damage, basically. Like the jinx I'm throwing. Dog could also cause Petrov some pain here, because I believe Dog is also still in this. So Dog might be fighting for himself here. And that might get Hippity Hoppity a chance to steal your world trophy. But yeah. I believe you picked up have had a mechanical fault this entire time. We can take a quick look. But yeah, in terms of Rasek, you did pick up damage from somewhere, but I don't remember where. You did get forced wide into the Shadow Realm, however. So that is probably why. Turn 4. You know, the Austrian Shadow Realm, when no man dare to go. You did get sent there. And in terms of Petrov here, we have ERS damage. So this could get very, very spicy very, very quickly. Is the Dog going to take the title for himself? Is Petrov going to be able to defend against his teammate? Is Harry going to come in and cause a disaster? And can Hippity Hoppity steal your world title while you two are squabbling? Those are some questions we're going to get answered now in the next 16 laps. Can we discuss Season 2 in voice chat? I think we discussed Season 2 a little bit also in at the end of the stream here, Ty. That's the idea. My voice is dying a little bit. I've been chugging water to keep it alive. The disaster that's already happened, yeah. I might jump a little bit after this. We'll see. But yeah, so far, we do need a little bit of extra push here from Hippity Hoppity to make this happen. We could still have Petrov finish third. And if his teammate keeps on doing overtakes like that, it is very, very likely Raptor mechanical fall right now. We could also get a safety car. There's a lot of things that can happen in the last 15 laps here. A lot of things that could cause problems. We have no tires for Raptor. Jasper on 22%. You're not wrong. And we could very well see Jasper follow him. But yeah, currently the back 10 are being held up by Raptor here. Sorry, not Razak. It was Raptor that had the issue. Having too much fun, and all that's needed here to spice this up is just one sending of one person to the Shadow Realm, and then this top 3 fight is suddenly very, very spicy again. I can screen share because I have an idea. Okay. Oh, virtual safety car. Who has binned it? It is Razak. Do we think anyone is going to be insane enough to pit here?
Right, let's follow the action now at turn 7. Whoa, and around they spin. And once it started, they were pretty powerless to do anything.
To me, some strategy is very weird in this experiment. The AI is very, very bad at strategy, yes. Usually you don't notice because you focus so much on your own drivers, but when you focus on the AI specifically, you're going to be seeing some very, very weird stuff. Yeah, Razak is out. We have a virtual safety car instead of a full safety car. That is a little bit unfortunate because a full safety car would have caused some absolute scenes here. Jasper does pit because he has to, but I think the rest are just going to stay out. As soon as I come back, I die. To be fair, Razak, that has been the theme with a lot of people in this one. Every time they praise themselves or are happy, the game just immediately takes it away from them. Like Ty now being down in 13th after almost winning Baku. Being very happy at the start of this one. Tekka knows that feeling too. Was running in the lead at the start of this race. Now in the 8th now. That's why I never leave stream. You in Mexico, everyone has had basically their one little, oh god, why did I say that moment? Oh god, why did I jinx myself moment, if that makes sense. Keep it on any device, that way you can remain safe. But yeah, Petrov leads Harry, leads Dog. Hippity hoppity, 4 seconds down the road, needs a little bit of help there to get into the fight. Reverend is also here. And race control says virtual safety car is ending. Standings right now would put Petro as champion, would make Mercedes constructor champion. But if either Mercedes causes some problems here, that could change very, very rapidly. Virtual safety car has ended. DRS has been enabled. 10 laps to send Petro to the Shadow Realm. Harry almost does it immediately. How do I do the car upgrades? I let the AI mess with things for the most part. This is more of a test run Tessa, so not really much strategy behind it. Yeah, Dog is doing his own thing right now. Protecting Petrov. Doing a decent job at it. Fastest lap currently. Ty does not want to give it to anyone running out front. They'll have to fight for every second here. As Harry and Dog has lost 3 seconds to Petrov right now. Petrov just absolutely getting away. The Red Bull dream here is not going to come to fruition, unfortunately, Tenomax. You had a hope that you guys would be able to win and take the championship. Getting the miracle to make that happen. David has just been chilling the entire race. Nothing much to say there. Pekka is still going to score some good points for Alpine. And we might actually get some points here for Sauber. Cosby is in the wrong position. He needs to fall down to 11th. But don't worry, Ty is coming to fix that right now. Floof is in 13th. Nieto has had damage this entire race. Kind of impressive that he has been able to hold on as well as he had. Yeah, Masbeck, same problem. Damage. Jasper's had bad luck. We had a puncture here for Raptor, making things very, very difficult. And there we go. Yellow flag, front wing gone. Dog assassinating the Williams.
Now we're just proceeding through turn 4. Now there's an inviting opportunity there. Oh, that's quite an impact between them. That will have knocked their confidence, I'm sure.
Do we need to disqualify Mercedes from the World Championship for taking out a championship rival like that? What are we feeling? Should we disqualify Mercedes due to Dog's abuse there? He does get a penalty, which, ironically enough, it's not going to be enough for Hippity Hoppity here. He needs to actually catch Petrov if Petrov is in first. As bad as that is. Currently, it would still be basically the same here. We could see Hippity Hoppity get up and score 18 points. That's not going to be enough. He needs a little bit more. But yeah, Harry here fought valiantly. Did get cursed by the Shadow Realm here in Austria. Did the best he could, however. Deserves a round of applause, even though it did get very much cursed here. Hippity Hoppity has been overtaken and pushed wide. Him too has been eaten by the Shadow Realm here in Austria, which is incredibly unfortunate. The spectacle ends in a bit of a disappointment, but I think Mercedes will be happy even so. "20-second penalty." Confidence front wing, yeah. Right down the nickel every time. Harry is behind Floof. Oh no, yes. I think Harry will get his way back into the points though. Unfortunately for those who benefited from his incident, he will be taking those points back. But yeah, unless we have a red flag here, I think it is going to end like this. If Nieto or Maspec wants to sacrifice himself for the spectacle, go ahead. Or, you know, if anyone else wants to bend it into the wall, try and avoid each other. Although we do have the defensive mastermind here that could, with low confidence after getting overtaken by a bunch of cars, go for it. Are we going to have Floof do what is only right to keep the dream alive? He does not. He plays it safe. There is a yellow flag, however. I think that is all that it is. I think we had another Red Bull causing some incidents.
Right, let's have a look as we go into turn 4. That's the moment.
Fortunately, dive bombs did end up on the gravel there. I think, unfortunately, that also does kind of end this here. We'll have to see how the fight for third goes. There is also going to be a fight for 8 by the looks of it. And, of course, if the Williams can recover anything. Excuse me. That minister's basically letting everyone go. He thought it was a different minister. Oh!
Is that the Williams involved?
Is it Floof? No, it's not Floof. Harry just not having a good time here. Floof is in the picture, however. But I believe that was Nieto, unfortunately. So we might be seeing Harry getting a bit of a penalty here. Unfortunately. It was a good attempt. Good work done. Just came undone in the last 10 laps here. He had entered the Floof zone and was thus punished. You're not wrong. Racing incident, no penalty given. And right now, yeah, we're not, no way Mercedes lose this unless they like take each other out somehow. Hippity Hoppity's mechanical fault is also escalated to add insult to injury. That kind of definitely settles it. I don't see this ending any other way. There are some fights going on further down the grid order here for position, not points. But right now, the best viewing might actually be Dog versus Petrov. Final lap is about to begin. Let's see what happens here. Petrov is in danger. Dog is coming for him. We'll have to pray that Dog keeps it on track this time around. Oh. That was dangerous. That was almost. I think Petro is home safer now. Can't be sent to a shower room anymore. Dog is not close enough unless he makes a mistake himself. For the fight for fourth, David did actually manage to get by with the help of the arrestor into the corner. Oh, there has been an incident further down the track. Jasper needed the last highlight here, clearly. Of course, Salva gets bullied again. Because why not? Has there been another incident here? No, not really. But yeah. We need to witness Petro's final win here for the first season. He does take the championship with the win here. We have Dog coming in second. He's going to get demoted a little bit, I do believe, due to the penalty. And Reverend gets fourth. David gets third. Red Bull gets fifth here. Hippity Hoppity, after an honorable attempt, did end up getting sixth place. Did really get screwed over by the damage to his components. Tekka takes seventh. Ty takes eighth. And I think Jasper is still going to get a point here, but it would be hilarious if the 5-second penalty was enough to yeet him out of the points. Schumacher gets 10th. Harry tried his best, was very, very unlucky, ended up 11th. Cosby gets 12. He's going to get very upset that Harry stole his 11th place. Floof gets 13th. Rafter gets 14th here. Nieto 15th. We have Aspect 16th. We have Dive Bombs in 17th. And then we have Rasek, Edster, Poconaldo, unable to finish the race. That's what is. That's what. Ugh, that was it for our first attempt at the driver grid. That was clutch performance. I'd like to thank my teammate Hot Dog for support and everyone back at the factory. Sorry for being an assassin. Then we have the two sides of Mercedes. One man praising everyone and the other one just standing there. I'm sorry I murdered the half the grid. That's now the headcanon of how Parker Petra won. I need a picture of that. Like just Parker Petra standing on the podium praising everyone and then just Hot Dog standing beside him looking like traumatized. Half the grid is gone. I did it. It's just good fun though, Hot Dog. Let's be honest. I'm sorry if you feel bad, but honestly, you made it spicy, you made it fun. You shouldn't apologize for being an assassin. It made it a lot more fun, this thing. Great racing from Mercedes. Let me know when I'm in BC. I will do. Mercedes are Red Bull merchants. It's possible I could help you with the next one. I'll be sitting down at one point and discuss like some rules, some ideas, and then we'll figure out what we do. How do the standings look like? We'll of course take a look at that in just a second. And the Drivers' Championship does go to Petrov here. To be fair, they did dominate the first 3 out of 4 races. Had a lot of bad luck today. Let's be honest, a lot of bad luck. So it is deserved. Hippity Hoppity kind of shit that's a very similar fate, all things considered. And Williams did make a very, very honorable attempt here at getting in the fight themselves. So Petrov wins first place, Hippity Hoppity second. We have Rebber in third, Ty fourth, Hot Dog fifth, David 6th, Harry 7th. We have Tenavox here at 8th. Schumacher made it in top 10. Tekka managed the last place in top 10 for Alpine. And further down the road here, we have Dive Bombs in 11th, Cosby in 12th. Once again, didn't get that 11th place he was so fond of. Rasek in 13th, DK and myself, which did only 4 races before we changed to format, are not really part of this. So we give Jasper 14th, Maspec 15th, Poconaldo 16th, Raptor 17th, Edster 9th, 18th? Yes. And the Nieto here, who had 1 point scoring position at P4, they tried the hardest they could. It was very, very fun to watch. 19th place, and then we have, of course, the one and only Floof, the defense merchant with 5 points scored this season in dead last, which has been fun. Constructors then, Mercedes wins that with a healthy lead in the end, but it was very, very close before the last race here, so I think we can be happy with that. But we are going to take a look now at the drivers and see where you all ended up. So let us see. You can say, looks like they don't need it to be done. And then he salutes. That's insane. Once I get my gearbox switch out, I was dramatically better. Yeah, that's why I kind of want to do, for those of you also who suffered with engines, with gearboxes, things like that this season, I'm thinking of taking a look in the editor and see if I can figure out a way to buff the current equipped gearboxes, basically allowing you to, say, if you have a gearbox that's 40%, we'll swap over one of your fresh ones manually to get you a fresh one in car, basically. So we'll have to think about that. Could you show Hippity stats if you can? I don't think I've scouted anyone, so I can't really show the stats, but I can load up the preset and we can take a look at where we started at least. I think we'll do that instead. Do a full season where we pick a driver, whoever performs well gets a prize. How about it? What would the prize be in this case? Should I join season 2 of the Viewers Challenge? We'll have to figure out the rule set first. I want to have something that is different than this, in probably a more chaotic manner. And also so that people can't just take the presets that we used here to, say, make another Petro, make another Hippity, that sort of thing. $69. We will be taking a bit of a look at this. Modern Disco server should be the price. I don't know if I'm comfortable giving that away, to be fair. Price is honorable mention. Price is you get minus 10 points for the next driver's challenge. Minus 10 free points for using your drivers. You're now playing challenge mode for every future. Maybe that would actually be kind of a funny rule. Every time you win the drivers championship, you get minus 10% to your free points. So if everyone starts with 100 free points, you start with 90. You're playing hard mode. Let's see if you can beat the viewer championship again on hard mode. That would be stupid as all hell, but it would be fun to see. In terms of where everyone's ending up, because it was kind of interesting to see that. So we are going to start here with Cosby. Are you retaining your seat? You are not retaining your seat. Leclerc is taking over Cosby's seat next year. In terms of tie here, I believe you are retaining your seat because you have a 2-year contract. You are safe. Corey, you are also safe because of your contract length. For Hippity Hoppity, Carlos Sainz has now taken your property. And for Poconaldo, you're safe. Hot Dog's safe. Tim Lawson is apparently not someone we care about here. I know BK is going to Haas, so one of them is getting, unfortunately, punished. Russell is stealing Razak's seat. Sergio Perez is stealing Raptor's seat. That's actually kind of weird. Norris is going in for Schumacher. For Reverend, he has a long contract, my bad. For Tekka, Alonso is stealing your seat. I guess you can be happy with that. That's kind of meaningful. Verstappen is taking over for Petrov. They want a different world champion, I guess. David gets replaced with Hamilton. Can't complain about that. And the rest here. Edster, I believe, does get replaced with Ocon. Harry is safe. We need to see if we can find our drivers. I think this is basically everyone to be mostly here, unless some of you started degrading very quickly. Yeah, that should be everyone. So for the most part, you're safe. I'm a bit surprised no one has been re-signed by the looks of that. The exception, of course, of BK, somehow. I don't know if that shows up here. I think we need to actually go to the end of the season and take a look at the new grid. I'm surprised you will get the Renault engine without the extra points. I mean, yes, but I can respect that. I don't know. Just sign another statement, turn off realistic driver transfers. Bring back Latifi. Floof's replacement. Floof has a long-year contract. Floof had a 2-year contract, so he's not getting replaced. Hey, I generally don't replace drivers that has more than a year on the contract at the end of the season. So Floof should be safe, unless I am mistaken. I did kind of skip him because I saw that. Probably just mention it mentally. Yeah, Leflouf, 2 years left. And he is safer in Alpine, of course. Alpine needs to retain the biggest fan. But I think I am just going to skip to the end of the season. We are going to need to fix some of these guys. To make that happen, we'll take a quick look. And we need to find someone who has an interest in signing for us. So what I could do here is we sign Cosby. Because he doesn't have a team next season. So we'll give him one of our seats. And then we'll snatch the staff too. Again, I just want to go to the end of the year to see how the transfers actually look. I know I need a new race engineer. Not interested in most of these. And apparently the AI doesn't really like refreshing the new ones that we made by the looks of it. Why am I modifying these contracts with such accuracy? Is this not my race engineer? It is my race engineer. That's why I couldn't choose. Okay, so no one is actually signing my staff then. Yeah, we can just renew their contracts. That makes life a little bit easier. I should have checked before I started clicking. But yeah, we're going to take a quick look here at the grid order, of course, because that would be funny. And we will see. Can you edit these new controls so it's not normal F1 drive taking over? I don't know, Kirby. I haven't tested that. We need new presets. I'm going to make, as I mentioned, Sanjita, we're going to make some changes to the rules to make it spicy. What I'm thinking is that we go for the lowest preset possible, lowest money for everyone, lowest cars for everyone, lowest facilities, and I'll also go in and edit things like marketability, and we'll see how the teams actually handle that with you guys being the drivers. I might also give you all Renault engines to make it painful, but I think we will make up for it by making driver stats more important. Basically, giving you all maybe the same kind of starting point, or some different demands to starting point, and some more free points. I think that too could be fun. But again, this is the kind of things that I said I would be sitting down to discuss, and that's why I'm saying that we will not be making applications for Season 2 until the rules have been set down, because I want to make something that is somewhat entertaining, where we don't have, again, 20 of the same driver. Some people do feel like they got screwed over this time around because they had the option of picking Renault engines for extra points. As it turns out, for most of those guys, the Renault engine wasn't worth the points I gave them for it. So we would need to probably buff the points given to the Renault engine if we want to have, you know, the engines still be pickable, that sort of thing. And that is kind of the things that I'm thinking about getting sorted here, if you will. I should do a full messing around there too, so we'll see. Funnily enough, with not doing anything the last 4 races, I didn't actually get fired. So we will take that for sure. $100 points for Renault engines, 30 points for Renault. Again, I'll have to see what is actually possible to be done before we make any changes to that, to be fair. So, gonna depend on what we do. We'll just stick with this one. Okay. Let's just go a couple of days forwards, and I should be getting a message telling me what I should be able to expect here from, well, basically everyone. The fact that we got this much boost in terms of our sponsorship is actually kind of insane, but we'll take that. Okay, let's see here who ends up where, and if anyone actually did get re-signed, because it doesn't seem like it. You see everyone fourth in the driver championship with a Renault engine. I love that. I had a Renault engine. You guys should have beaten me harder. So Mercedes here, I'm going to retain Hot Dog, but as mentioned, we have Verstappen taking over. Reverend, Harry, both stay at Williams. Sainz comes into RB. Leclerc comes into McLaren. And generally here we have the driver pairings we had, or they are getting fired. The Aston Martin crew, both of them got yeeted. Norris got put in here. So really, we can see here that the AI doesn't actually re-sign these drivers. Now, in most cases here, it makes sense because Charles is a vastly superior driver to anything we made. Same for Sainz, same for Verstappen. So from a contract standpoint, yes, I would sign Hamilton over some of the people we made. I would sign Verstappen over some of the people we made. But that's because we had low setups. So from an AI standpoint, this makes sense. Maybe not Ocon, to be fair. But apart from that, it is for the most part in line with what you expect from the AI. And they do one back in transfer, I feel, every season at a minimum. So I would take this for sure. I carry the whole team if Flip gets to stay. I love how upset you got with that. Man carries whole team, gets left in the woods. That's just business as it is. But yeah, with the database editor, I just want to check something very quickly, and that is if maybe we can find a way to edit the engines mid-season here. So I've taken an early save and loaded in here. We can change the powertrains there, but can I change the individual components of the powertrain? It's going to be the big one. I might be able to with the other editor. I feel like I've seen the option there. But here with the performance, we can take a look at the car, each of the car parts. So we might do something like I'll just max engine cooling for absolutely everyone. That could be a way that we do this, honestly. And in terms of the engines, this is kind of what we can do. We could also go ahead and just maximize durability for everyone to ensure that, for the most part, things stay safe. Or we could go the other way and say we go 50 durability on everything, 25 durability on everything, and just give everyone 6 engines to make a really, really, really chaotic season if we go for everything lowest. Let's say we go everything lowest. We go with, say, 50%. I don't think you are allowed to go lower than 50% though in the game files, to be put it that way. Everyone has 50% engines. You have 6 of them. You make it really weird. But there are some options here. There are some ideas that needs to be, discussed, considered, and maybe thrown in the trash bin. Maybe thrown in the consideration box, that sort of thing. 50% power. Got fuel efficiency too. Yeah. I have an idea. I'll screen share in voice chat. Okay. To know how Red Engine feels mine. I'll take a look at it after stream time if that's okay. I'm probably not going to go for much longer. Now, I'm just going to quickly check the other database editor, save.setup.fit, because I feel like I've seen what the functionality that I'm looking for there. Just give me a second while I get everything sorted here. And we might figure out the thing that I want. So there we go. What's the F1 manager online editors? By the way, there's 2 of them. You have save.f1 setup.it, I think it is, and database editor f1dbeditor.com. Those are the main 2 anyways. But yeah, we could do some funny stuff with that. Parts. Let's see, car attributes. I love that the power for the Renault engines is just 0. Let's see here. I'll have to see if I can figure that out. Car parts, all parts. There we go. ERS. There we go. I think I can use this editor. Change the durability of components. So basically what I'm thinking is that if you have an extra ERS, things like that, or rather I'll give you like 1 use of like 100 a repair. Like everyone gets 1 use of a repair for every component. So that we can avoid the AI, say, running 0 durability at 30%, 40-30% engine for like 3 races and ruin your chances. I think that could be one way to do it. Basically, everyone gets a single repair for each component, for instance, maybe 2. We'll have to, again, discuss that. Because if this works, we can just maximize condition again on the components as we see fit. ERS 1, ERS part 3. As you can see, a lot of the cards we're already running ERS part 1 by the time we got to Miami. So it's something to keep in mind. We can also fix the powertrains, for instance. There is something we can do here, but as I mentioned, needs a little bit of thinking, needs a little bit of discussion. Yeah, I think that is going to be it for this stream. I will be discussing probably in Discord over the next few days. We'll figure something out. Thank you very much to everyone who participated in this first season. I forgot to screenshot the standings, but I'll figure something out there. And we'll add that for posterity. Petro is our first winner. Let's see if we nerf next time. Probably not. But again, I just want some ideas to make things a little bit more interesting. I don't want everyone to be identical. I don't want everyone to be running the very same engines. I want some advantages and disadvantages for this, so that, again, we require some thought. We have some weird result. We have some fun results. We kind of had that going here, but yeah, I do believe the Renault engines and their teams were a bit more underpowered than I wanted. That is something that would need to be sorted. Thank you, Tekka. Appreciate it. But yeah, as I mentioned, sign up for this is probably going to be in 2 days, Wednesday, Thursday maybe. And then we'll see what we end up with. I hope for more love from your game in my direction. Well, you know, you were very unlucky, but at least you got a 4th place finish. It is unfortunate. But yeah, my belly is doing a little bit of a rebellion right now, so I'm going to go and rest. And I'll be hopping on Discord Hive so you can show me what you wanted to screen share. And I do appreciate you, Tekka, for sending the screenshots to Discord with standings. That is amazing. Thank you to everyone that helped out with this to begin with, particularly Ty and Floof, and everyone else who helped to double-check driver submissions. Everyone who helped people who didn't really understand the rules first time around. And if you are going to sign up, I do recommend that you do thoroughly read the pin post before you make your driver. Because there was apparently some people who made drivers without fully reading everything that it was said there. So yeah, it can be a good idea. You might figure out a couple of things that you didn't know before, like the fact that we had 50-50 wet and dry races. And that made some people change their builds, of course. But yeah, thank you all for being part of this. We will do this again, as I mentioned, probably next weekend. It was the spam more than not reading. That makes sense, to be fair. I think I'll make a driver like rules channel where I just only have the rule techer. We'll sort that out. We'll figure it out. We'll make it a little bit more streamlined and a little bit prettier this time around. And I'm just going to start deleting anything in driver applications that isn't a driver application. And we'll just have the viewer championship discussion be the place where people can ask for help, tips, and advice. But we'll sort that out. Again, thank you very much for watching. Appreciate it. Have a good evening, everyone. And I shall see you next time. This still took a little bit longer than I expected, but it was fun. I enjoyed it, and hope you all have a good night. GG's, everyone. Peace.